T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff. Sound good.
morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and screw the hedgy. Oh, man. I remember in high school I used to listen to that. It was a soundtrack from Last of the Mohicans. Very inspiring. I could listen to that all day long. Today is definitely the day to get your inspirational music on. It's going to be a good day. Alright, guys, let's take a look at the technicals, shall we? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful technicals. Let me update True Demon's numbers here. Looks like last week we finished up 3.38%. Not quite good enough to get into that range of over 5%, but I'm pretty sure we're going to hit that today. Let's see, utilization. Where are we at on utilization? You know, I don't know if we have those numbers quite yet. Actually, we should. Let me check Vortex real quick and see here. We do. 90.87. And short exempt volume. Looks like it ended at... Oh, we don't have short exempt... Yeah, we do have short exempt volume. 365. Slightly up. 365.3. All right, so Straight above me, I just went ahead and updated True Demons MOAS trigger indicators. I do want to mention between John and Adam last week, they went ahead and won the week out with 3 points. Eric got 2, I got 0, Duncan got 1. We did not miss any days. That was good. I guess I'll go ahead and update those tally points now. Not too bad since there's only three people who got tally points. I'm making fun of myself here. That's all right. I'm not too worried about it. I don't really care about the price. It's more about volume that's important to me. All right. True Demons MOAS indicators. We at 365 on the short exempt volume last Friday. Utilization is down to 90.87, and day-over-day price increase was a 3.38% increase. I'll keep moving down the list here. So dark pools were currently trading 50. Oh, that was last week. 55% was traded according to this last week. So that's kind of probably going to be around 59 or 60 on Stonko Tracker. Let me just actually look while. I'm going to say it's like 59.5 or something like that. Let's check out Stonko Tracker and see what it says. 60 and 60.7. I'm a little off there. Pretty close. It's not bad considering that we're kind of guesstimating. I know there's differences. I have a, like I said before, I have a message out to the owner of Stonko Tracker to figure out what the difference is, and I haven't heard back from him yet. But hopefully here in a little bit we'll get some confirmation about that. Moving down, we have estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 20.41%. I think it's Investopedia that I've found this before. I'm not 100% certain that it said anything over 20% is extremely high. So just keep that in mind. The utilization is correct down on the bottom. 90.87%. Shares on loan 114.59. We'll look at that here in just a second. Moving to the top right hand side of the page, 127.7 million shares owned by the institutions. Max pain price, we ended last week at $46 for options. It is $40 this week. So let's take a look at that real quick here. In this box of mess of options that we got over here, I've got it scrolled to the point, basically the lowest value that it shows, which is $0.50. And I want you to notice that on there, there's open interest all the way as low as $0.50 this week. There's just massive amounts of puts that are out of the money. Just it's unloading. It's unloading. It's unraveling. This is the beginning of the end. I mean, you can just see it over there in that right-hand column. The furthest right column there's open interest, OI, and I mean just even half a dollars. There's already there's 7.8 thousand contracts, and you can just move down the list. And 17,000 at $5, 13,000 at 6, 18,000 at 8, 24,000 at 10, 17,000 at 11. Let me just keep scrolling down here. $15 has 27,000. Oh wait, hold on a second. Let me scroll back up and see where I gotta go to. 14. Okay. $17,000 at 12. 27,000 at 15. 28,000 at 20. 12,000 at 25. 26,000 at 30. 11,000 at 35. I mean, basically what this tells me is that somebody with a lot of out of the money put options plan on probably covering this week. Or trying to cover. But anyways, max pain is $40. There's 15,000 open interest right there alone. At $45, there's 23,000. It's a slaughterhouse. It's an absolute slaughterhouse. Incredible. All right, so I guess let's try to figure out where our highest amounts of open interest is. This week is going to be unusual because, I mean, there's such a massive amount everywhere. Highest amount 24, 27, 28. 28 at 20 is high. That might be the highest. 28 at 20. Yep. Yeah, I think 28 at 20 is the highest amount of open interest on the put side. So last week the highest amount of open interest was at $46. It's at $20 this week. 28.5. Unless you guys see something that's higher, let me know. On the call side, let's look up and down that one and see what we got for the highest amount on calls. 28 at 40. 35 at 60. I think I might go with the 35 at 60 is the most realistic. Because there's 81 at 145. I mean, even the 60 seems a little ridiculous. I'm gonna pick the one that's closest to where we're at in price right now, which is about $51.50. So let's go with. I can't do that. I'm gonna hold true to what I normally do, which is the highest amount of open interest other than the lottery ticket winners at 145, which is 60. So open interest on the call side is at 60, up from 50 from last week. And at a $60 strike price, we have 35.5 thousand contracts open. And at 145, I'll put this down on my notes. At 145, we have 81.8 thousand contracts. Wait, I gotta scroll it down. I can't even remember that number. You guys, I'm still sick. 81.8. All right, let's take a look at Ortex, I guess. Man, it's a day already. There we go. All right, let's see what we got here. Put my handy dandy notes up. And we're going to figure out how many shares are available to loan. That's making our open interest go way down. Or sorry, our said open interest. Oh man, utilization. Making our utilization go down. I'm just saying words. Okay, we have 114.59 thousand shares. I took a screenshot on what they ended up with. Let me just check my phone real quick here. So we had said 1.45 million shares had been borrowed, but they actually reduced it down to 439,000. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that. Whoa. The amount of shares available to borrow last week was 10.7 million, and we'll figure it out for today. $114,590,000 divided by the utilization 0.9087 gives us 126.1 million shares available to borrow. So that is up from 125. So 1.1 million. They found 1.1 million more shares to borrow, which is why part of the reason why utilization is down. And then we subtract this number by 11459. The amount of shares on loan currently. That's how many are available left to borrow. So 11.513 million. So 1.2 difference than last Friday. No, I'm sorry. 800,000 difference. Volume predictions. I mean, we're looking really, really good on volume. Let's look at the rest of the stuff, and I'll come up with a volume prediction here in just a few. These are not correct as of right now. This is all of our predictions from last week. John's the only one man with a prediction right now. I don't really know what it is. I know it's in the 50s. I don't remember off the top of my head. I try to whenever he sends it to me, or whenever any of them send it to me, I just kind of ignore it until I kind of get I don't want it to skew my idea of what I'm going to do. Looking at Stonko Tracker, actually, let me go back here real quickly. I do want to see what on loan to on loan average age is doing. It looks like they're still separating apart from each other. And the failure to delivers are just going to stack on this week. We're going to see a massive spike, similar to what we had back here in June. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that was a Friday. June 3rd. Let's check it out and see. It was a Thursday. It was pretty close. Yeah. By this Thursday, I'm pretty sure they're gonna have a massive spike like this one in failure to delivers. Do you want to check this compared to short share interest? Oh yeah, big spike. So the difference between where we're at right now, this pattern that you're seeing right here versus this pattern back here in just before June. Actually, I'll scroll back just a tad bit. Look at those failure delivers, but just before the spike up. The difference is that there was a bunch of shares. There was share dilution that occurred right here, which is why you see the on loan amount, the red line, drop way down, and so does the estimated short share interest of free float. That's not going to happen again. So we're in new territory. We're in completely brand new territory. This whole cook-off in June is happening again right now. Only this time there's no shares for them to buy. I mean, there's borrowed shares that they can borrow, and they've been stacking them up. We can see them over here in Stonko Tracker. They just borrowed a bunch of them already. Okay. Going into this morning, they had 5.6 million shares in the ETFs 6 million shares that they had in the ETFs that they had available to borrow, and it looks like they just borrowed like 4 million of them. 4 million of those, and about 250,000 of the just regular shares to borrow. Yeah, so they're gonna need these to try and suppress the price for today. In the past, I would have said those would probably be used to cover failure to delivers, but I don't think that's the case. Let me refresh this page real quick. Because they're still showing the 9/10 data up here. We're actually on this week right now. So there's 399,000 out of the money contracts on the puts, 187,000 calls that are in the money, and 256 that are out. 80,000 of which, if you remember, of this 256 is 145 strike price. Yeah, man, guys. Today's title, in case you haven't noticed it yet, War Paint and Battle Cries. Because that's where we're at. The Wolf of Wall Street. It makes me think of that one part where Matthew McConaughey starts beating his chest. Sundial Tunes, haven't seen you before. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, makes me rock hard too, man. Get out your favorite chant music, your Matthew McConaughey chant music, because this is the time for that. It is definitely the time to start beating your drum. Volume's at 163,000. Let's see here. 163.1 thousand shares borrowed already, or sorry, not borrowed, but volume traded already at 627. You guys are gonna have to forgive me, and my mind's not completely in it right now. I'm still sick. I took a COVID test and it was negative, but last time I had COVID, I took 2 of those fast tests, and then finally the third one said I was sick. I had COVID, but there's things that there's things that are hitting really hard that make me feel like it is COVID, but then at the same time, I don't have a temperature hardly at all. I mean, I do have one, but it comes and goes pretty low temperature, and so I'm just trying to make it through here. 5187 is a level of resistance. Does look like we went up and touched it, and we'll probably be breaking through here in a little bit. Yeah, volume 166. That's exciting because in about 30 minutes from now, we're going to have our morning pokey stick of volume. And I would tend to say that that usually doubles the numbers. Whatever the number is, it usually doubles it. So if we happen to hit 200,000 in the next half hour, the pokey stick of volume at 7 a.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time, that would be 8 a.m. or 30 minutes before. No, an hour and a half before market open. That's when we usually see this massive amount of volume that just hits. I still don't really know what that is. A lot of people have said that it's a lot of positions that were closed from over the weekend, like after market hour trading that happened on Friday, and pre-market trading that they're closing positions on, or actually trading them to the lit market. I don't know if that's actually what it is or not, but we see every day that. And for some reason, the volume strangely mimics or doubles the amount of volume that we've had so far in the pre-market. So I'm not really sure what that is. I just know that it happens. So if it doubles, if we end up seeing 400,000 shares by 7 a.m., We're probably looking in the range of probably 160 to 190 million shares traded for the day. That might actually be a little bit high of a guesstimate. 130 to 150. I know, generally speaking, if we see 1 million in volume, what we're looking for, the key number that we're looking for is 1 million in volume by 7 a.m. If we see that, it's a 200 plus day. I know that for sure. 200 million shares traded in volume plus. So, we're like halfway there, but it's not, I also know that it kind of gets a little sketchy. It gets a little sketchy anywhere between I guess probably 400,000, 500,000 shares by 7 a.m. to a million shares. It gets a little sketchy as to what the actual volume for the day is going to be. I would say probably somewhere close to 200, somewhere between 150 and 200 probably. But I'm gonna try and nail it down a little bit closer than that as we get closer to 7 or after 7. And once we hit a million, it's like, I mean, I might as well just say it's going to be a 200 plus million day. There was some cool news that happened over the weekend, guys. I don't know if you heard about it. AMC had announced, or Adam Aaron announced that Disney said that all movies released for the rest of this year will make it to the movie theaters. Will have first rights to the movie theaters before releasing to um, online services. That was some pretty big news. Let's see, what else was there? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. That was the one I think that probably hit me the hardest. I was like, yeah, it was a big win, I think. There's actually quite a bit of news articles on, like, if you just type in AMC under Google and go to the news. Yahoo. That's the southern in me starting to come out. Yahoo! Finance says Peloton rally continues. Kroger boosts guidance. AMC on the rise. And then we got Wall Street Journal saying meme stocks AMC and GameStop push small cap benchmark higher. Let's look at that real quick. We have Robinhood as down negative 0.34%. Amazon up 0.29% for the day. Cinemark up 1.13%. Dogecoin, apparently a lot of the, I hadn't really noticed over the weekend because I wasn't really paying much of attention, but apparently there's another big sell-off in cryptocurrency. If we go back and we look, I'm still seeing the same big drop from, what day was this? I guess the 6th, the 7th. There's still that big drop off from the 7th. I don't think it's really done a huge dump. I mean, it looks like there's been a couple sell-offs, smaller sell-offs on the 8th, the 10th, and the 13th. Nothing crazy though. GameStop is up 1.83% in the pre-market, and we are up 3% in the market today. Last week it looks like our outflow closed with 921 to the inflow of 941. So what, a 20-point spread, and we ended up increasing 33% in the price. It's not bad. Being up 3% already would lead me to believe that when the market opens today, our inflow versus outflow will start with almost a 20-point spread. If that were the case, if it held up constantly, although we have seen that doesn't. Let's take a look at our RSI. So this is our 1 hour chart. This is that 13 day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It was supposed to break out on the 13th day. It broke out earlier than that. It actually broke out in the late market hours of Thursday instead of Friday. A little earlier than I anticipated. And it broke out quite nicely. I'm leaving this box up here just because I want everybody to see where we're at in contrast to where that box was. I'm starting to question whether I gave people their points last week. I may have failed to give Eric his second point. I don't remember if I gave him. Yeah, no, I did. Okay. But RSI, where we're at, 70.43. So RSI is a little hour on the 1 hour interval. We've seen it higher than that in the past. We could still see it to continue to go up a little bit more in the pre-market before seeing a correction. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is definitely high, 70.75. 5-minute interval, also high. Seeing a nice little downturn right now wouldn't be too terrible. Maybe something goes back down and supports 51.12. I don't normally draw patterns. It does look like we have an ascending parallel channel. Nope, not quite. Never mind, just kidding. Yep, just kidding. Morning, Mr. Grimm. The new commercial apparently previewed on live TV for the MTV Music Awards. Yes, that was one of the other. News pieces that was out there as well. That is correct. And actually, I'm trying to think of her name, and I can't think of her name now. Nicole Kidman. She was one of my favorites from a long, long time ago. Favorite actresses. It's now Halle Berry for me. I would have rather seen Halle Berry doing it, but I'm okay with Nicole Kidman too. She's still, once a favorite, always a favorite. Ashton Gilbert, welcome to the channel. I haven't seen you before. Good to see you here. I love how the break above 49 completely changed MSM's coverage on AMC. Bullish as fuck. Yep, absolutely. Mainstream media has definitely got some change in the titles today. Typically speaking, I mean these are both. I mean the Wall Street Journal's their meme stock AMC and GameStop push small cap benchmark higher. That was posted an hour ago. I mean it's gonna be really difficult for them to ignore the price action that we're gonna see this week. But I guarantee you 100% that the minute that this starts to make a turnaround or have a correction going back down, the media will jump all over that. You think how they're changing their tune right now? You wait and see. They'll be ready to pounce on this. You better hurry up and sell kind of articles. Guaranteed 100% the first minute we start to drop in price. In fact, if we started off this morning at market open with a drop, with the amount of shares we just saw borrowed, you know, if the hedge funds try to push the mood or the um, agenda of the price dropping, I can guarantee you the news articles will come out in droves touching on that. They will waste no time. All right, I got to stall for 20 more minutes, guys. 20 more minutes before we have our pokey stick of volume. I really think we might hit that 200K by the time that hits, and if that hits in another 200K, that'll put us at 400K traded by 7 a.m. That's a huge amount of volume. Not extremely huge. I like to see the number that I shoot for, the amount that I want to see happening pre-market by 7 a.m. is 1 million. I know it sounds like a lot, but it's happened plenty of times in the past. 1 million shares traded by 7 a.m. that's the day that you know it's going to really cook off. So when you see that happen, just be ready for the day, because that's like somewhere probably around, I don't know. I'm throwing out numbers here that are so old. I know it's 200 plus million shares traded for the day for sure. I'm trying to remember if it was 3, if it gets over 3 at that point. It could be closer to 300 million shares traded for the day, which is over half of our entire float. And you have to keep that in perspective. So last week, I on Reddit a couple times, and I think a couple last week on a couple times this last week in the show, I kind of laid out some homework, and I asked you guys to check for companies or stocks that were out there that you could find that had 3-month average volume compared to the free float that was higher than ours. So basically, if you took your average 3-month volume, you divided that by the total free float of the company, could you find any other companies out there? And there is one company out there that has a higher amount. It's actually 50% on that one particular company. But if you just go to the general internet and look up highest volume traded stocks, and you can go through the first 10 or 20, I think it is, that I went through, and none of them even come close other than that one particular stock. I wonder if I have it on my list. Let me just check and see if I have it. I don't have it on here. But I am curious what's going to happen to that company. It's a power company. Let me see if I can find it again. It's not really important, but I just wanted to point out though that that companies, while they do have a really high level of trading going on with that that energy company, um, it's not performing like AMC is. I mean, they're definitely having some good movement in their price, but as far as longevity goes, I wouldn't. I don't know. It's not comparable. It was 3 letters, like E R E, not R E I R. I don't remember. I can look it up. Let's see. CEI. That's what it is. And you can see why I thought REI. Chamber Energy Incorporated. I just want to look at this real quickly. I mean, they're having like really good growth for such a small company, but I would never buy into this. I mean, just if you look at the daily chart, they've had some nice movement in the past that has definitely fallen over time. But this is the only company that you can compare to because their average volume is 43.54 million shares over the last 3 months traded per day. But their free float is only 101, so it's nearly 50%. It's 43%. It's actually double the amount of ratio of volume traded per day than AMC. But that's like the only other stock that you can find that's like AMC. Only other one. So for those of you who are visiting that are new, kind of give you like an idea of what's going on here. The yellow lines that I have across the page here, those are my Fibonacci retracements, levels of support and resistance. If the lines are above their current price, it's a level of resistance. If the line's below, then it's a level of support. Any of the colored lines that you see on here, I've got 3 other admins that I have on here. What's our thoughts on AMC? Extremely bullish. That's our thoughts on AMC. I mean, I'm not covering any other stocks. I wanted to point out something really quickly on what something that I had shown everybody from last week. But yeah, 3 of the other admins that I have on here, we all do. And it's just for fun. It's for ice cream and for beer. But we kind of do a price prediction in the morning before the market opens. And last week, John was the winner. Actually, John tied with Eric, but Adam substituted for John one day and got him a point on one day. So between John and Adam together, they both scored between them 3 points. They nailed the price range on 3 out of 5 days. Not bad at all. Don't ever look to me for price price. Price is not really one of those. It's not a factor for me. Not with this stock, anyways. I don't look at price and go. It's not the indicator that I look at. It's not important. It's all smoke and mirrors. What's important to me is volume. Volume is way more important than prices. But yeah, I mean, I'm not always bullish on AMC, but I'm always sticking on AMC. It's what I cover, and I'm not gonna check anything else out. I mean, I check things out, but I'm not pushing anything. I'm not gonna be. Oh my goodness, I have so many messages. Let's get rid of some of this junk. I don't know about you guys, but I'm OCD when it comes to like notifications. Like I have an Apple iPhone, and if I have notifications on there, I have to like get rid of them. It just drives me insane to see them on there. Okay, we got about 10 more minutes before we see that big pokey stick of volume. What do I got open here? Oh, yeah. I don't know if you guys got to see my presentation on Friday. Highly recommend going back and looking at that. It'll help you to understand how I track prices. There may be some questions as to how I track that. That's it's actually pretty important. We are currently at a new high, which I have not updated. I just started thinking about that. I was like, man, I haven't updated the price. 51.84. So we are in a 76.3 increase from our last low of 29.4. And that's been happening since 8/11. 8/11 was when we hit 29.4. We are now over a month past a synthetic price failure. We did have one time where we hit an 18.5, I believe it was, percent drop in price, but that's not quite enough to make a synthetic price failure, so I did not count it. It was just shy. I mean, I probably would have counted it if it had been 19.5. But it was very close to that 20% mark and didn't quite make it, and so we are on a 1 month increase in price, never having a synthetic price failure. That's it's pretty impressive. The longest we've ever gone without a synthetic price failure for this stock, and mind you, this is saying a lot. But the longest that we've ever gone without having a synthetic price failure prior to this would have been 10 days. And so we are now currently on, let me pull up the days here. Let's see, 11th of last month. 1, 2, 3, 4. So 35 minus 2. Yeah, 33 days. That's including weekends, guys. You got to include the weekends. There are other markets that trade. AMC. You have to include the weekends. So 33 days of continuous price movement upwards. If we pull out AMC to like a 1 hour, and I get rid of all this junk in here, let's pull it out to the day. 33 days. I think it starts right here. Yep, that's the 11th right there. 33 days of nothing but, and this probably right here from this point right here at 38.89 down to 32 was probably that 18%. I'm not sure. It could have been that one or it could have been this one. It's one of these two. But nothing but consistent price movement upwards for the last 33 days. And I think if there's one thing, if there was one takeaway that after I went back and kind of reviewed some of the things that I had said about the price tracking is that you don't count you don't count your new high unless it's higher than a previous high. And so in this case, you might be saying, well, Casey, you've got 72.62 back here. How do you justify, counting where we're at right now? And you can. And the reason is that if it's greater than a 15% movement in price upwards, which we're now at 76.3% of an increase since we were at this low back here, 29.40. Anything past 15% up in price, you can count it. But then when you go back and you look through the history, you might want to look at it and kind of debate as to whether or not you want to count it or not. Like if it goes up, say like 15 or 20% and then suddenly drops again, you may not count it, especially if you didn't hit higher than the previous high. So, but we've been on a massive amount of time since we've had a new high, like a new high. So what are we at, 3 months now, 4 months? So June, July, August, September, October. So we're 3.5 months almost, basically. since we had a previous high. So I mean, at some point in here, you have to start. And this is probably a good point right here. I mean, you can see that the candlesticks themselves are above that previous point. It was the candle wick that hit 72.62, not the actual candlestick. So you would probably count this as a new low down here. You would count this as a new high. It would definitely be debatable as to whether or not you would count any of this portion right here going back in history. But you can, you can't always. We don't know what the future is going to hold. And since we had more than a, definitely more than a 15% increase in price since the 11th, I counted this and I'm counting it up. And the 2891 from the, it says 2891. I need to go back here just a tad and check something out. I have 2857 in my notes. What day was that? The 5th? I have 2857 in my notes. It's kind of odd that this says 2891. Let me just go back. Well, no, I'm not going to do it right now. I'm going to go back. But I am noticing that I have written down on my records 2857 as being the lowest on the 5th. We're getting real close to that pokey stick of volume. So right now we're doing a little bit of consolidation. RSI has been pretty high. On a 1 hour, it is at 70.24, which is high. 30-minute, it's at 69.55, so that's good. It's coming back in there. On a 5-minute interval, it's at 65.99, so this consolidation period's good. In fact, I wouldn't mind seeing it consolidate all the way out into market open so that we have a nice, beautiful. In fact, I wouldn't even mind seeing a little bit of a retracement here back down to 51.12 before market open so it can really punch up. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to hit 200,000. It was close. Volume kind of died off a little bit. So basically, the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume is going to basically double this number, more than likely. I mean, it could be anywhere from 150 to 200,000 that it's going to stack on top of this. So we'll be looking at easily 300 to 360 in about 2 minutes worth of volume. And if not, if it's like way under, then that'll kind of give you like a clue as to probably what's going to happen for the rest of the day. This is posted by venue_17 on Reddit. Says short interest ATH at 20+%. Buckle the fuck up. Yeah, 20.41. Here's our pokey stick of volume coming in. And let's see how much this is going to be here. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. 150. It wasn't quite 180. But it put us at 334. That's beautiful. That is beautiful. Okay, that gives me a better idea on what we're doing for volume for the day today. Let's see, 335. I'm going back to June because I want to see what happens just before. Yep. Okay. Today would be probably going to be the equivalent of like May 25th, May 24th. I mean, sorry. Volume for that day hit 113. Now I think we're going to be over 113. I think we're going to be probably closer to like 140 to 170 in volume. I do have to account for the fact that they purchased a lot of shares, or they borrowed. Oh, it looks like they returned quite a few though. Let's go 130 to 150. I'm willing to be wrong on the low side. So last Friday I said 120 to 150, ended up being way wrong. 130 to 150 is a prediction for today. Actually, I'm going to do the same thing. 120 to 150. I'm giving myself an extra 30 million. There's some. It's going to be a little difficult guessing this 100%. It's kind of a gray area when we get into that range that's like over 400,000 in volume by the time the market opens, between 400,000 and a million, and it gets kind of it's a grayish area. It's hard to tell, but anything over a million, if we have a million shares traded by 7 a.m., we're looking at 200, maybe even 250 plus million shares traded for the day. So price prediction. I think I'm going to go with 53 to 55. I think I'm going to stick with what I had last week. Let me just kind of see where that's at here. Yeah. How much of an increase would that be from where we're at? Actually, from the close. That's only a 5%. So $53 would be a 5.7% increase from where we closed. 55 would be a 9.6%. So I think that's actually a really good number. Really good number is 53 to 55. So I'm sticking with both the volume and price ranges that I had for last Friday. Let me get John in here. John's coming in with the price prediction of 52 to 55. Oh yeah, 53 to 55. I only gave myself a $2 range. I'm gonna do the same thing he's doing, 52 to 55. I agree. Actually, just to be a little bit different, I'll put 52 and a half to 55 and a half. That way we're not stacked on each other. It'll be interesting to see what Duncan and Eric come in with. Good morning, Beyond the South. Yes, it is looking bullish for today. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, it's definitely looking bullish. No doubt. I mean, we have 344,000 shares traded in volume already this morning. That's going to put volume really super high for the rest of the day. Somewhere, I know we'll be over 120 million shares traded for the day. I might not be right on the top part of it, but I'm pretty sure that we'll be well past 120 million shares. In fact, when we first start off the morning, we'll probably be on at least 1 million shares traded per minute pace, at the very least. Probably for like a good 15 minutes. There's going to be a lot of morning FOMO coming in here. People are going to wake up to this and see it and be like, whoa, time to get in. Let's look at our 1 hour Bollinger, or not Bollinger, 1 hour Ishimoto cloud. Oh yeah, this is definitely. All right, so there's some indicators. So there were indicators, strong buy indicators for day traders, probably around 1:30 in the afternoon on the 9th. This would have been their first indicator to possibly sell. It just depends on the day trader because it meets up with the conversion line. Anytime that this meets up, I think it's the baseline that it has to meet up with. I'm not sure if I think conversion either has to cross base or base has to meet up with the price, or the lagging has to touch an old price. So they may not have traded on this. They may have gotten in, sometime midday Thursday, and they might be writing this out, and it's still looking really good. I mean, the numbers are still above the conversion line. I think you can use the conversion line as a first exit strategy point. Whereas if they'd done that, they would have gotten out early. But as it stands right now, it's above the cloud, it's above the base, it's above the conversion. it's definitely looking really good on a day trader perspective. You know, so we'll be getting help. We'll be getting movement from day traders for sure. That's the 1 hour. Let's look at the 2 hour, or yeah, 2 hour. No, 4 hours. Very, 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 very bullish. I mean, look at that. Above the cloud, well above the cloud. Above the cloud, above the conversion and the base, and moving up with the lagging really high. I mean, this, you can't look at a, this doesn't get much better than for a 4 hour chart right here. On this chart, you probably would have day traders getting in back on the 7th even. But they probably would have sold at some point when it hit the base down here, and then maybe jump back in. Maybe here on the 10th. It all depends on what they're following. Good morning, John. Good morning. Afternoon to you. Welcome back. I got my George W. You can't see it in the dark right now, but I got my George W. hoodie on, but it's gonna be coming off here. I'm getting hot again. Yeah, I think so. Volume, John, I was looking at volume. We're already at 7 a.m. It was 700. Sorry, what am I saying? 330,000 shares traded. Volume's picking up currently. Volume's looking really, really good for today. I was looking back in the history, back in June, sorry, May, late May, you know, we were hitting, like May 19th, we hit 89 million. May 20th, we hit 61. May 21st, 53. May 24th, we jumped up to 113. And I think, what did we do? Yeah, we did 97. No, sorry. Let me take that back. We did 89 on Friday. And so I was just getting done saying that I really feel like we're kind of like that. That 89 was probably similar to the May 24th, where it jumped from 53 to 113. We're kind of like in that range. So we're probably looking at like 120 to 150 million shares traded for today. And then tomorrow will be the big, the volume will really come in probably nice and hefty tomorrow. If we do have the up day like I expect that we're going to have. I'm gonna need a little bit longer on some of my breaks today, guys. I'm still sick, so I'm gonna probably take break here at about 7:20, so about 7 minutes from now, and I'll come back like 15 minutes before market opens. I know it's like an hour almost of nothing, but you know, you'll still have the data up here on the stream and everything. But I just need a little bit more time to just kind of sit and like chill. I gotta keep my mind focused. But the good news is that, you know, I'll come back and oh man, you're sick too. Didn't you just have a trip? Didn't you just take a trip too? I feel like you and I were both taking a trip at the same time. I'm sorry to hear that. Um, if this is COVID, it's not like when I had it before. I tested positive back in, I guess my wife said it was March, and this doesn't feel the same. I mean, there's some things that feel the same, but I mean, I don't have nearly the congestion. I still smell, I can still taste. I lost my taste and smell the last time. Um, whatever I've got is just kind of like this like nagging, persistent. I mean, it's really not even terrible. It's just that, oh, I mean, actually, yesterday I was knocked out, completely drained of energy. It's a good thing all I have to do is sit here and talk. Because if I had to do much more, I'd be out of it. Yeah, me too. I had an upset stomach. That was one of the. I completely felt nauseous, upset stomach, and massive headaches. Just massive headache. Like yesterday, it was so bad. I wanted to like put my head in a vice. I'm preemptively drugging up for today so I don't have headaches. I don't know what this is. I hope it's not, if this is the variant D, it's different. It's way different than the COVID that I had before. Because I mean, there are some similarities because I feel weak. Um, I did take a home self test. My wife went out and bought some of those home tests. Took it and it says I was negative. I plan on taking another one here if I get some more congestion, but I just don't have hardly any congestion at all. I have a little bit, but it's not that bad. I would think that by now. So I used to be hazmat certified, and one of the hazmat instructors that I've had in the past was showing how his company was creating this ultraviolet air purifier for airplanes, and I don't know much about the airline industry, but I would be really surprised. What I'm really surprised is that I don't think that they've installed these ultraviolet air purifier systems into their planes yet. And that to me seems like that's something they should have done a long time ago. I mean, when to talk about cutting down transmission, that's the very first thing they need to do is they need to make sure that they're cycling air through planes that's not contaminated. Although of course, I know that COVID's not technically an airborne. It does transmit through the air through water droplets, so it shouldn't really make it through as an air system. But it certainly doesn't help at all when it's getting pushed around by the air that you have in the planes. All right, guys. We're gonna have probably just a lot of sideways trading until market open. We might have a little push up here and there. Um, I'd give you guys like some kind of idea as to where we're headed, but honestly, I think it's just consolidation period. If we go out to 1 hour, you'll see the RSI is dropping nicely. We need it to drop quite a little bit here for the morning opening. It is down to 68.34. We need that number to drop some to be able to get us to where we can drive back up and not be overbought. On a 30-minute interval, RSI is at 66.21, so it's definitely dropping. This is good. And a 5-minute interval is already at 56.13. So these are all good numbers. I like where it's getting to. More sideways consolidation, even coming down in price a little bit before market opens, perfectly acceptable. And with that, I'm going to step aside for a little bit here for a break. And I will see you guys 15 minutes before market open. So 8:15 my time. you can see my mind just is not operating on full cylinders right now. All right. I would expect $51.12. Like if this continues to drop down in price, I would imagine that at 51.12 it'll probably hold. And I'll see you guys back here at 8:15. 15 minutes before market open. See you guys. Okay, guys, I'm back. Let's see what we got here. Duncan. Morning's today's forecast opening price that's important for today's closing price is 51.6. Was up from 51.1 this morning, which makes me bullish. So today's guess will be between 51.8 and 54.8. Which is interesting because he had 51.2 to 54.2 last Friday. So we're all kind of coming in at the same prices here. Let's see what we got. Duncan, 51.8. And so the only person I'm missing now is Eric. And I guess we should take a look at our technicals here. Let me get a hold of Eric real quick here and find out what he's got for price prediction. All right. Let me go ahead and start updating some of the pages for you guys. I'll go ahead and throw you guys over onto the stats page. That way you don't get like flickering screens and stuff. Just a heads up so you guys know, the intro for today is a little bit longer than usual. It is like 6 minutes long. It's my war intro, my battle, all arms. Okay, I guess we'll go ahead and just start from the top since most of you guys may not have been here. Looking at True Demons MOAS trigger indicators, we're at 365 short exempt volume. We're probably going to see that spike quite a bit up here after today. Utilization is at 90.87%. Day over day price increase. Last Friday we closed at 3.38%. Dark pools. That's the percentage from last week, which actually ended up being 60.7 on Stonko tracker. So basically our 5% difference. Borrowed change. It looks like they've borrowed negative 651,000 shares for this morning. They were returned. Basically, they returned a little over 500,000. And if you guys noticed or not, 20.29% short share interest of the free float. Pretty high. I'm hanging in there, Rizwan. I'm hanging in there. Still feeling a little crappy. It's not terrible though. It's pretty manageable in contrast to COVID. I don't think it's COVID, but I mean I've had some serious stomach cramping and some major headaches. I was out yesterday completely. I'm really surprised I'm up and running today. Honestly, I pre-medicated coming into today, knowing that if there's any chance I was gonna be talking with you guys, that I needed to hit up the meds. So, yep, definitely medicated. So, if I'm like throwing out weird like numbers or saying stupid things, you'll know why that is. Total institutional share ownership is still at 127.7 million. Highest level of open interest it's kind of weird today, guys, because of this week. This week is so kind of odd. I'm just going to report it to you like I'm seeing it because there's such a crazy amount of stuff going on in the options chain. The highest level of call option volume is at $145 with 81.8 thousand open contracts. But the more realistic one is $60 at 35.5 thousand contracts open for $60. On the puts, the highest level of open interest, and again, this is really kind of crazy because, I mean, if you look up and down the chain, there's stuff all the way down to half a dollar. But the largest amount of open volume is at $20 at 28.5 thousand 28.5 thousand contracts open. So there's 11.5 million shares left to borrow. They borrowed about 500,000, a little less than 500,000, 439,000 shares last Friday. They returned 651,000 this morning. The total amount of shares that are available to loan is 126.1. The maximum we've ever seen is 155. So we're about 25, 30. Yeah, 29 million shares away from the top that we've ever seen. Moving on to Stonk Tracker. I will show you guys this real quick. Actually, yeah, there's not really any need to show you anything else here. Going back to the main page, we'll look at Stonk Tracker here real quick. I'll refresh it. Earlier this morning, there was like 6 million, I want to say, or it was 5 or 6 million in the ETFs. Then it dropped down to 2. So they borrowed, like, maybe it was 4, maybe it was 4.8 million. I don't know. I think it was 5. I think it was 5 and it dropped down to 2. And then they returned, most of those. So typically when we see that happen, what that means is that they're just, what's the word I'm looking for here? They're borrowing to kick the can down the road on failure to delivers, typically. If they had kept all those out, and and it does show that they've returned, what was it, 600,000 shares so far. So that's kind of how you can tell that. On the calls versus the puts, it's just massive amounts of in the money, 179,000 with, remember that there's 80, what did I say, 85? 81.8 thousand contracts out of this 300,000 out of the money is all at $145 strike price. There's 414,000 contracts out of the money on the put side, with only 14,000 in the money. It's kind of crazy. It's looking like a slaughter fest this week. Looking really, 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 really bad. Short percentage last Friday, 51.5%, with a dark pool percentage at 60.7%. And there's your short exempt volume again. Looking back to where we're at. It looks like we're kind of breaking out of the box just a little bit before. We're kind of hovering right at that 51.87 mark right there. It wants to break out, but it's not quite. But I imagine as soon as the market opens here, we'll be seeing it breaking out. $6 million, was that how much it was, Duncan? Thank you. 6 million in the ETFs, and it went down to 2, and then it showed that they returned 4. Let's see, it's up to 4 now, so that there's at least 150. There's 1.5 million missing shares somewhere, so that means that's probably what they're going to use for trying to control the price today. Almost 1 million shares traded going into the market open. But I'm going to go ahead and do the countdown. I'll see you guys after open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, sound good.
Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, hold, and we are screwing hedges. Get your war paint on and your battle cries. Well, we had a nice start off there up to 52.55, but now we're starting to drop here. A little surprising to see, but the first 15 minutes are always kind of a mystery. Never quite sure what's going to happen there. I am going to start tracking new lows because it is important to kind of figure out where we're heading to. Just because we hit a top of 52.55, and it is important to track those as it starts to move down. This is where you start to see if it's a synthetic price failure or not. You know, they're going to try and drop at some percentage point. Right now it's 2.5% from that high. We'll see how far down it goes. It'll go down in increments, typically speaking. If it's synthetic price failure, they'll stop at like 8 or 9%, something around there, see what happens. Then they'll drop it some more, see what happens, drop it some more. For as long as they can possibly go, they'll try to, you know, if it is a synthetic price failure, it'll make 20%. 20% off of 52.55 would be about 42 bucks. So we'll just continue to watch and see what happens here. We are trading pretty high volume right now. We are 9 minutes in with about 8 million, almost 9 million shares traded. We're averaging almost 1 million shares a minute. Right now we're currently averaging about 500,000 a minute. It was the first 2 minutes that really pushed us up though. $50.92. I would imagine somebody was mentioning that the guys that are at 50 bucks will probably going to want to close their positions as early as possible. Let me see how much open interest is there at that price. On the put side, we got 15,000 at $50. No, sorry. Yeah, wait, $50? I'm sorry. 4,760. It's really not a whole lot at 50. I was looking at 40. Not a whole lot of open interest at 50 though. I was trying to figure out like why would there be so many positions open right now in the options that are so low. I mean, it ranges anywhere from, you know, all the way down to half a dollar. And so I feel like what I'm seeing is that this to me looks like a signal that somebody somewhere along the way is going to cover or is going to try and close their positions on some of their really heavy open interest by the end of this Friday. And if that's the case, then they're going to be looking to buy shares. And if they can get shares, they'll find them. If they can't, you know, that's when the price is going to just start skyrocketing. And I'm not sure who it is that's trying to close their positions, but if it's just one company, it's going to be it's a massive one. Okay, so this is that time frame. So 50.92, the low of 50.92 is a 3.1% drop off of 52.55. It looks like they kind of let it go to see what was going to happen. It looks like they're going to return to some more short ladder attacking now. The price didn't continue to drop on its own. New diamond hands getting formed. I love these periods of time because sometimes it worries me that like if there's somebody who bought in at 50 bucks or something like that, that they're just going to see nothing but profits, and then it's going to be those are the guys that are going to sell right away when it starts turning around at say like 100 or 120 or whatever price it goes up to. and so I do like seeing them kind of get tested a little bit. I think it's good to form those diamond hands by powering through some of these downturns, these downswings that we have in price. Must form diamond hands. Okay, we got about almost 15 minutes before we do first technicals of the day. Most of the tickers, sorry, most of the tickers that I have running on the left-hand side of the page are all in the green except for Robinhood. Let's see. Checking out the Amazon news. It's more related to Tesla, having to do with battery-powered Mustang. It's having to do with Elon Musk on Sunday hit out against Ford Motor Company for making its battery-powered Mustang Mach-E models in Mexico rather than the United States. That's what the article's about. It doesn't really have to do with Amazon. Amazon's just mentioned. Every time they let it go, it just starts to take off again. I can only imagine. I want to pull it up right now just to look. I can only imagine how much is going into dark pools right now. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. My stepdaughter had a 16th birthday, and I didn't get to partake in it because I was sick as a dog. Oh, I did pull up. I kind of want to show this to you guys right now. I haven't pulled this up in a really long time. Actually, it's not worth showing to you right now because it's not. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but I was pulling up Citadel Chicago Popular Times, based off of Google, and it would show like they were really busy, more busier than normal. They did have a little bit busier than normal beginning of the morning this morning, but as of right now, it's pretty close to as busy it normally is. So not a whole lot to report now, but it was busier earlier this morning. I'm looking at Fintel. There's no new 13F or N port filings for AMC. Nothing new for Citadel either, but it is a little early in the morning to be trying to figure that out. Jet wash and sanded your drive. Oh, is that where you you sprayed it with a power wash gun, and then I assume that when you say you sanded your drive, does that mean that you put like concrete mix down and then just kind of spray over the top to fill like cracks and stuff? I would assume. I actually watched my neighbor do that once. I've never done that my whole life. I've never done that to my driveway. I went to the supermarket this weekend. Well, not this weekend. It was actually, yeah, it was this weekend. And essentially, I was kind of I had to pick up a lot of groceries and whatnot for party and just regular grocery shopping. But I saw something very interesting. There's a couple things that are happening locally where I am at. Now I know there's high COVID numbers here where I'm at, and I was telling my mom about what was going on, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm not seeing that where I live." But in the supermarket, the water section, people were buying water in kind of crazy amounts. Like there was a lot of people in the water aisle, just picking up bottles of water, like more than I've ever seen before. So I don't know if there's something specifically going on in my region, but I did notice that water was selling more than usual. I guess that's the best way to put it. Looks like we kind of held that $51.12 support line there. I know it was a little bit lower than that, but it looks like it pretty much held. So the water was disappearing. The other thing is, my wife went to. Oh yeah. My wife went to, where did she go? Wendy's. She went to Wendy's to grab. I don't remember what she was grabbing. She went to go grab some food there or something like that. And when she went through the drive-through, they said we're only serving chicken tenders and soft drinks. That's it. And she's like, "What's going on?" And they were like, "Oh, well, we're understaffed right now." And I was like, "Man, fast food businesses can't even get people to work enough fast food." And I know that there's been an ongoing issue where I live with fast food workers not being or being in high demand. But that's just kind of crazy. So right now we have a nice cup and handle starting to form here. Actually, a really beautiful cup and handle. Yeah, so Rizwan, my neighbor when he did it, well, I always kind of felt like if you take out the moss and this and replace with sand, sand is actually like a really good I guess it's a really good substance for things to grow in. So when I saw my next door neighbor put concrete, he had a bag of concrete and he just took dry powdered concrete, spread it into his cracks, and then he just compacted it down into the cracks and then sprayed water over the top of his driveway. Didn't like spray it directly onto the spots that he had put the concrete into, just kind of sprayed before it. So the water would just kind of go over the top of the crack there and then sealed the cracks basically with that powder cement, which was really interesting. I'd never seen somebody do that before. It's a pretty good idea, I thought. I haven't tried it myself. Okay, so not gonna go for the nice cup and handle. Looks like maybe instead we're gonna go for the George W. Maybe, I don't know. Could be the first half of a W. Tell you what it can do for us. Let's see if this works. That's pretty close. I mean, I've got like 3 touch points at the top up here. This one doesn't quite make it up to it. See if it holds right up here at the top and stays within, I'll keep this. If it kind of like pulls back in and stays in this descending parallel channel. But this is a bullish sign. A bullish signal. All right, we're getting real close here. Boom, it's going to break through. Dark pools are actually trading a little bit lower than I would have expected right now. Actually really low. They're only at 45%. So 5187 is the level of resistance we're trying to punch through right now. 15 million shares traded after 25 minutes. Pace is falling off pretty good. Yeah, I think this pattern's holding. I'm gonna keep this up here. What we might see have happen here is something where like the price, you know, dang it, I hit the wrong button. Give me a second here. You know, we might see the price kind of come down and consolidate off of this 5112, bounce back up a little bit, you know, this kind of a thing. Maybe a little consolidation in here somewhere, then breaking out up. And at this point, it would probably break through that $51.87 level of resistance. So we're probably looking at like a breakout somewhere around here. Nope, looks like it's still trying to go through here. Yeah, volume is definitely dying off here. What are we at? Most of these are like 300 to 500 minute candles, columns of volume. I want to say volume's dying off, but it's not. I mean, it is. It's not obviously as strong as it was the first 20 minutes, but it's still pretty heavy volume. Anything over 250,000 a minute's a great number to continue to hold. So I do like seeing the volume where it's at. All right, guys, I'm going to start refreshing pages here. I'll put you guys on the stat screen for just a few minutes. Okay. Looking over at dark pools, 50% of dark pools traded in so far. It was at like 45 just a few minutes ago. But yeah, we're up to 50% traded in the dark pool, so they're definitely suppressing volume a little bit right now. Not as much as usual. Normally it's like 55. Borrowed change, there's negative 551 shares borrowed, so a return of 551. That is actually less of a return than they had earlier. Earlier was a return of 651.8, and now it's 551.8. And our current estimated short share interest of the free float is at 20.31. Massive number. Let me just check. Let me scroll a little bit of the options chain. Whoa. Excuse me. That was much bigger of a scroll than I wanted. All right, I think I'm going to keep it right around 40. All right, looks like our highest amount of open interest currently for the call side, sorry, not open interest, our current volume is at 55 with 9.7. So last week it was at 52. It's moved up to 55 with 9.7 thousand. On the put side, last week it ended, if you remember, at 50. And it is currently at, ooh, it's thin. It's down to 45. So $10 spread between the calls and the puts on strike price with the most amount of volume. 2.7. When I say it's thin, what I'm talking about is the amount of volume that you have. There's like, I mean, the only clear runner is winner right now in volume is 45 strike price, but everything else is really close. 1.5 from 51 all the way down to 43. Roughly almost the same amount of open interest across the board. I keep saying open interest and I keep meaning volume. My volume prediction for today is 120 to 150 million. That's the same exact volume that I had predicted last week and got wrong by quite a bit, actually. It was like 90, I think it ended up being like 92. What was the volume? Oh, 89.9, almost 90. Yeah, really bad day in terms of my predictions, but today is definitely looking a lot heavier on the volume. All right, I'll move you guys over to, we'll take a look at Ortex together. I don't know if all of you all got to see Ortex. We'll kind of take a look at that. What I do kind of want to point out is that our on loan and on loan average age per day is starting to, again, it's still increasing. I mean, there's a little bit of a bump right here down, but it started increasing some more. The average age per day for those failure to delivers are stacking up. I mean, this is a big, huge drive upwards. Is it currently the highest it's ever been? It is. That number is the highest number we have ever seen on loan average age per day. If I add failure to delivers in here, the two largest days we've ever seen is 53.66 and 57.9, and we're currently at 59.8. There was share dilution that happened back here that caused this number to go down, and right here there was also share dilution as well that caused it to go down in average age per day. So this number may just continue to keep driving upwards. And if it does, you're going to see massive spikes in failure to delivers coming up here. Short share interest of the free float is it's skyrocketing as well. Also the highest number we've ever seen. Let's just go through some of the different, let's see, cost to borrow. Let's see where we're at on that. It's picking up. It's on a slow rise. Utilization's down, but the reason it's down is because they just, they keep finding more shares to loan. It's not at the highest peak that it's ever been. The on loan amount's actually been way higher before. The highest it's ever been was 155 right there. So, you know, if the amount of on loan continues to rise, then that's what's going to cause those massive failure to delivers. Let's see, what else do you want to look at? That's probably good enough. That's pretty amazing. Okay, order of popularity. We were in second place earlier this morning. We've slipped down to third. We currently have 55% buys to 45% sells. That's gone up because it was 50-50 earlier this morning. GME is trending fifth, and we're third. Apple, and I don't know what ATER is, but they're first and second in trending. I'd heard Apple was having a sell-off, but it doesn't look like it based off of what I'm seeing right here. I would imagine this is the upswing from the sell-off. Sorry, let me drag that back over for just a second. There we go. Stonk tracker currently reporting 4.9 million ETF shares available, 450,000 shares there. Massive amounts of open interest out of the money in the puts. Currently 184,000 in the money on the calls. Somebody's gonna be happy about the options that they may have put in for this week. Last week we finished at 60.7%. And it looks like we've broken out of that descending parallel trend. Let me just look at the markets real quick here. $3,512 advancers to 3,235 decliners. The Nasdaq is down 0.34%. Dow Jones up 0.53, and the S&P 500 is up 0.13. Get rid of this stuff. That was a terrible prediction. We did break through that 5187. Man, I am burning up. Time for some more drugs. Robinhood is down 0.77%. Amazon is down 0.35%. Wow, I can't read it all. Robinhood is down negative 1.6, 1.7, 1.9. Yeah, they're all over the place. They're down to $40.35 from their opening IPO price of 48. Amazon is down negative 0.27. Cinemark is up 6.2%, 6.6%. Doge is down negative 1.3. GME is up 4%, and we are up about 275. On inflow versus outflow, we currently have 219 to 229, a 10-point spread for a 2% gain, 2.5% gain. Price is dropping back down. Getting a nice little sine wave action going on here. Really, in all honesty, it looks like a bunch of consolidation. You know, once this hits a bottom downhill, we'll probably be able to draw a wedge. So where is that consolidation going? On a 1 hour, we have RSI at 64.59, so it's on the high side. Consolidation is going to help to drop this. On a 30-minute interval, it's currently at 59.25. And a 5-minute interval, it's at 47.21. So this is slightly below average. So, you know, we could have, you know, this is consolidation, what I would consider to be consolidation. And then what we'll probably have is like some kind of like breakout of a wedge formation, probably moving up. I'll go ahead and draw the top half of this. No idea how low this is going to go. The lower it goes, the further out it drags the wedge. I could estimate something along the lines of like this. I really don't want to complete the line though until I see what's gonna, if the price starts to swing back up or not. Oh, sorry guys. I need to, I forgot to put the data back up for you. There you go. Oh, and we're also missing a box. Strange. Let me get my stonk tracker back up here for you. I know why that is. There it is. Ooh, that's way off. There we go. I'll wait until this bottom half of this box gets formed. I need more medication. Give me a second, guys. I need to go grab my water and some meds. I'll be back. I could not find my water cup. All right, let's complete this wedge here. Looks like it's holding. So I break the breakout box actually coming up real quick here. On a wedge, it's very difficult to say which way it's going to break out. The indicators I use is RSI to look at it to kind of decide which direction. Based off the current numbers, it should break out down, which it is doing. However, that could just be for consolidation, and so this could actually be just extending the amount of time the wedge gets pushed out here. I would expect it to hold at 51.12. That's what we've been seeing for a good hold point. If we do see a bunch of shares get borrowed all of a sudden, that'll be a good indicator that something's probably coming. I don't know if it's just you or not, but I really can't do much about it right now. I've got somebody home from school today, and so kids are somebody's watching YouTube. Nothing I can do. I don't have to compete for internet usually if everybody's in school. Yeah, so there's just more consolidation. So each time this breaks out going down a little bit further, I think that it's just going to be some more consolidation and causing the wedge pattern to just extend out further. Yes, there's two of us sick. Well, I don't know. Seth doesn't have a temperature, but he's got major congestion and a sore throat, which I never had that. In my opinion, like one of the worst things about being sick is probably the sore throat part. Like if I could always bypass one thing about being sick, it'd be the sore throat. I absolutely hate sore throats. This might actually be a bona fide breakout. If this breaks out past 51.12, I'm gonna have to call this a solid breakout here. And I know it's already past it, but yeah. So here's the thing with this breakout, guys. If it hits 50.84, that's actually really bad. Like we don't want to see it hit off of 50.84 and bounce back up. You'd almost rather see it drive down further to new lows. Because if it does hit 50.84 and bounces off of 50.84, then what you have is a double bottom. And this pattern, instead of being a wedge, then becomes a bearish pattern. You really want to see this 51.12 hold. Right now, it's, I mean, just ever so slightly still a. I mean, it's definitely. Ugh, this is more of a bearish pattern. Yuck. $11K buy at 50. I missed it. James, welcome to the channel. I do kind of want to see this continue to break down lower. Like, here's the thing. So if it just stays here, if it hovers right here and continues to consolidate across, this is a breakout, a much larger breakout pattern for a bearish breakout. Whereas if we can break out now heading down, then what we have is a descending parallel channel which forms, which is a bullish indicator. So I really kind of want to see this continue to drive past the price here. I don't want this pattern to continue. What we would need to see, I'm going to go ahead and delete it for right now. What we would need to see it drop down to for this descending parallel channel that I'm talking about, we would have to see probably something along the lines of this. So we would want to see this try to drive down here as low as possible to, you know, like 50, almost 50 and a quarter or so. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Starting to look like a double bottom. Where are we at volume? 24. So I never actually, I don't think I figured out what our volume was looking at. What are we at? 50 minutes. So we're on a pace for 189 million shares traded for the day today. That's going to drop because we never hold volume. In fact, volume should be kind of, I think, starting to taper off probably really soon. Usually it's about 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Volume starts to drop off. It doesn't. It looks like it may have started. Yep, 10 o'clock right there. It did start a downtrend. So now $51.12 ends up becoming a level of resistance now. Yeah, I may have waited too late to take those meds. I'm burning up in here. We actually have really good temperatures here in Austin today. 82 degrees. Supposed to be the supposed to be the high, I think. So, oh, so much nicer. Having nice temperatures like that. So let me draw that wedge again. I guess I'll probably do it on a 5 minutes, probably better. I'm gonna have to look at my notes. I feel like a descending wedge. I can't remember what those do off the top of my head. Kind of foggy. Okay, so this is a bullish pattern. Decline. But we should see a decline in volume. So this is considered a downward converging trend lines, and it definitely is. If you see a decline in volume, then the price will break out. Let's see. When price breaks the upper trend line, the security is expected to reverse and trend higher. Traders identifying bullish reversal signals would want to look for trades that benefit from the security's rise in price. Yeah, so basically the volume's going to start picking back up. So this should be a bullish pattern here. I got to remember that in my head. Descending parallel paths, channels, descending parallel channels, and falling wedges are the same thing. So what we'll see here is consolidation happening. Volume's going to slow down here quite a bit as this falls, and then at some point it's going to hit a level of support, probably constantly falling off of this bottom line here, but breaking out at some point before it gets to the end. Of course, I drew this on a 5-minute interval, so the lines aren't exactly matching up, but you get the idea. Man, my computer fans sound like they're working overtime. Weird. They're like fluctuating in RPMs. It's kind of weird. Yeah, if it stayed on the trend that it was on, it would have been a nice huge George W. So I'm gonna check out Reddit real quick, see what's going on over there. Oh, there was something I wanted to tell you guys. Let me go back to my post and see what it was that I wrote, because I know I had made a comment. Oh, I know what it was. Let me look at my comment section here real quick, and I'll pull it up and show you guys. Falling below the wedge here. Yeah, this is a ladder tack down, guys. Okay, so far on this ladder attack down, the high was 52.55, and they've got this down to 50.49. That is a 3.9% drop in price. I would expect to see this go at least to 8% at some point if they're going to continue to tack down. They're really trying to put a squelch to the volume. That's what they're really trying to do here. If they can stop the volume, then it stops the attack going up. So we saw something very similar to this happening last week. So I guess I'll point it out here real quick to you guys. So towards the end of the day, something very similar to this happened. And if you remember correctly, I had. Let's see. I'll draw it out. I should just keep my drawings in here so you guys can see it. But I think I drew a line across here. Right. So it was like we had like a 3 top. It was like a mini. It was a mini or intraday wedge, and this is the first spot that I had it out at 2. And so I felt like, okay, here comes, it's gonna be a breakout. But then we had the big old Margaret Thatcher that Duncan likes to refer to, and it broke out going down, which was very unusual. It was a short ladder attack, I believe, at this point right here where they tacked it down. So I drew this out a little bit further because it was unusual. I think I drew it out to the end of the day, and I was like, that's fine. They just they're attacking the price down a little bit here. It basically will probably run out to the end of the day. Well, they kept on attacking it down. Now, what you notice is volume. It was really high back in here when the wedge was kind of showing an indicator that it was going to break out. But then as it started to break down, volume still stayed kind of, I mean, it had a little bit of a peak up here during the Margaret Thatcher period, but then it fell back down again, and it just stayed there. They quelched the volume basically, and then volume started to pick back up. But then they short ladder tacked it down some more, and so the wedge, I drew it out just a little bit further into like this time frame. And so basically by drawing this out and short ladder attacking it back down even further, they basically were able to get this into the after hour market where basically nothing happened. So they basically stalled out this entire movement by short ladder attacking during key moments, specific times when it was supposed to break out in the upwards direction. So, I think something very similar is happening today. Right, I think that this is supposed to be doing a certain, this is supposed to be trending a certain way, and every time we get to a point to where it looks like it's supposed to break out, they start attacking it down. So you can see the short ladder attacking right here. So if they hit it at the right key moments, it suppresses the volume. Suppressing the volume is probably like the #1 thing they can do to stopping the upwards movement of the stock. It diminishes the amount of FOMO that's out there. Nobody's going to want to jump in on a stock that's just kind of very slowly decreasing in price, and they can let it run at certain key times. So they're actually doing a really good job at suppressing the upwards movement in price. Let's see how many shares have they borrowed. It's actually showing shares returned. Lots of shares returned. I mean, it's showing them here on Stonk Tracker, right over here where this box is. But we're not actually seeing, because I believe Duncan had said how many we had this morning in the ETFs. Let me just go back here. I want to say it was 6. Yeah, Duncan had said that it was at 6 in Stonk Tracker at some point. So they've borrowed about a million in shares, and it looks like they've put them up in here in the shares available to borrow. So they're using those shares to short ladder attack down with. And then they show return shares over here, which is changing. Yeah, this is going to be a super costly. I mean, it's costing them, right? To reduce the amount of pressure in buying that's happening. They're dropping the price the way that they are, but it's going to cost them a lot. This is just digging a bigger hole. Now we're starting to look more like a descending parallel channel. It's getting close. I mean, I kind of want to draw one already, like right here. Just don't have the touch points for it. So where's it going to stop at? Let me check and see how many shares they've actually borrowed here. 5, 6. It really only looks like 1.5 million. $1.5 million borrowed shares, and they've already returned basically half of it. So another $2. Let's see if that. Let me see how that looks. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's too. I think there's too much of a. I think there's too much pressure to buy at $50. I think you got a lot of new investors who really don't want to see this continue to go further down, who are probably going to start putting some more money into it to stop it. That's what I'm going with right there. Because that puts us at about 12 o'clock. I think that's doable. Just remember, we're still up from Friday. 50 would probably mean a lot of de-hedging. Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of support at 50. I mean, I could see them wanting to move this down to 48, but I just don't think that they can get there. What does 48 give them in the options? Let's see. Yeah, that'd be a pretty good chunk. It's not a lot. I mean, the biggest chunk is at 45. How's the rest of the market doing? I don't know if you guys saw it or not on Reddit, but there was a post on there about how somebody had mentioned that their bank is not giving out any business loans right now, even up to $5,000. So there was a question that was asked also on Reddit about what comes first, the MOAS or the market crash? Here it is. And I said, personally, I believe the market crashed. The money for the MOAS has to come from the market. This is why I track Amazon's ticker running, because it's the heartbeat of the American market. When that sucker takes a big hit, you know what's coming next. Hedge funds even hold long positions in Amazon. So yeah, if we see like big, huge chunks disappearing out of Amazon, you know something's coming. I mean, you can see how the volume's just like tapering down to nothing. What are we down to here now? I mean, we're still over 250 a minute. That's actually not bad. Wait a minute, something's odd here. I mean, we're on pace for over 100. Let's see here. 189 is what we were at the last hour. We're at 158 now. It's dying off. It's dying off pretty quick. I'm going to be way off on my volume prediction again if this is the case. I mean, everything in pre-market hours, guys, is pointing towards a high volume day, and the way that they're short ladder attacking the sock, it's really causing volume to just dry up. If I had, if I had to make a guess, it seems to me like they've figured out a way. They figured out a way to pretty much stifle the amount of growth that we have during big, huge booms in price. I mean, obviously not like completely, because we were well, we were closing prices last week. Let's see, closing prices last week were 47. Wait a minute. Yeah, 47.83, 47.40, 48.52, and then 50. So I mean, we increased by like $3 over 4 days, $1 a day. But the volume was 97 million to 85 million to 89 million. So they really did a great job at keeping the volume underneath 100 million. In fact, Friday the following before that was 102 million. So they really did keep the oh no, I take back. That was the 7th. Tuesday was 102 million, Wednesday was 97, Thursday was 85, and Friday was 89. So they kept it pretty much at about 100 million or less throughout all week last week, and kept the price down. And it didn't even make $3. We made 230. But the big jump was from 44 to 47 from the 3rd to the 7th. So the big jump was on, I guess, Tuesday. Oh yeah. Okay, so here's where it's all going. We've jumped in the last hour. We've jumped from 50% dark pool volume traded to up to 58%. So that's they basically just started hiding everything into the dark pools. That's how this short ladder attack occurred. I mean, I'm sitting there going like 1.5 million shares borrowed is not really enough to drop the price like it is. Um, so yeah, it just they kicked on the dark pools pretty good here in the last hour. I found the leak. I found the leak, and the leak is the dark pools. $51.12 level of resistance. We'll probably bounce off of it. I'm just checking out the outflow versus inflow. I should just hit the refresh button at the bottom. Sorry. 348 to 361. 10, 11, so 13-point spread. Oh, I forgot to change Eric's numbers. Eric came in with a prediction of 53 to 56. So let me move him up to 53 to 56. Oops, I must have grabbed his top one. So you can see that all of us really came in with some really close numbers. Duncan's got the lowest. He's at 54.8 to 50, and then comes John at 55. I'm at 55.50, and the upper is 56. Yes, you are normally not the one with the lowest price, which is very odd. But you're the closest one to being right so far, if we were to end right now. And I actually was going to do 52 to 55, but John had it, and I was like, yeah, I'll just go up with just a little bit. I didn't want to stack. But we're all pretty tight. I mean, the spread between us 51.80. We're only what, $1.20 spread between us, which is pretty unusual as well. Man, volume is tanking. I wonder when it was exactly that volume started tanking off the most. I wonder if there's a correlation to how much they throw into the dark pools based off of volume. So like if the attack rate here, because I'm pretty sure we were seeing volume at like the 40, 50 range. Did I say 48? I'll have to go back in the video and watch and see. But I feel like where they really started kind of pumping up the dark pools was right around this time frame right here. And volume did really start to decrease right around that time frame. If people start seeing volume decreasing, that's with the price falling. Let me pull up one of my old indicators. Hold on one second here. I kind of want to. This is something that I used to have that's kind of old school here. Oh, where is it? Let me take you to the stats page real quick because I think it might be in there. Huh. Interesting. I don't have. Let me get rid of that box real quick because I have a feeling. I don't know whatever happened to my. I'm gonna create it. I'm gonna create it back up again here, guys, because I feel like I'm missing out on something real quick. I want to put this indicator back up here because I do feel like it's a new one that I really kind of like. From an image. Oh. I think I have to add it from scratch. Forgive me for just a minute here. Can I make this like really, really small and still readable? No, that's totally unreadable. Okay, so this is, I can just make this show up and disappear as I choose. Okay, so I guess general rules and volume analysis. Basically, if the price is decreasing, which would be one of these two right here in the middle, if volume is decreasing, it's bullish, right? So if you have a falling price and a falling volume, then that's a bullish trend. So basically, this volume falling right here with the price that's in this descending parallel channel, that's bullish, and this channel is bullish channel as well. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the stats because it is time. We'll take a look at the technicals. Go through and refresh all the pages. Alrighty, let's take a look at them. Exactly, as soon as you're right, 100% correct, John. 100%. All right, so this is where you're going to see. I don't know if you guys want to go back in time or check everything. I'll probably go back and look at it myself towards towards break time. I'll go back and look at it. But dark pools are currently trading 58% in the dark pools. That was like I think 50, maybe even under 50% earlier, like in the last hour. So they've really racked up the amount of volume that they've started putting into the dark pools, which I think helps to drive the volume down. It allows them to kind of control the price a lot easier. The amount of borrowed shares has increased, and the amount that they've returned. I say that weird, I know, I'm sorry. So let's see, what are they at here? 1.1 million, 1.01 million. So earlier, an hour ago, it was at return shares of 551.8. We know that they've borrowed about 1.5 million this morning. Actually, they borrowed quite a bit more than that, but they've since returned it. So the fact that we're only seeing Ortex saying that 1 million of it's been returned to Ortex, that probably is how much they've used to cover for like failure to delivers, kicking the can down the road. The rest of it they're probably using to short the shares with, or short the stock price with. So 1.01. The amount of estimated short share interest is going to be decreasing as they return shares, so it's at 20.23%. And hey, look, there's a head over there on the side of me. What the heck is going on? Yeah, hello. Gotta drive that down a little bit over there. Okay. Advertisements, gotta love them. Moving straight over to the options, highest levels of volume. Earlier, an hour ago, was at $55 on the strike price for the highest level of volume. It is still that amount. We had 9.7 thousand contracts earlier, an hour earlier. It's now up to 16.5. On the put side, highest level is at 45. That's the same as earlier. It was 2.7 thousand contracts earlier. That has increased to 7.2. 2.7 to 7.2. Interesting. Okay. So definitely a 2-to-1 ratio on calls over puts. To you guys back to the main screen. Main screen. Orders by fidelity by customers. AMC is in third. with a 54% buy over 46% sale. GME is slipped down to 7th with 71% buys to 29% sales. Yeah, keep doing that. Currently 1.1 million shares available to trade with ETFs at 5.3. You can kind of see they've returned some of those. They pulled from the ETFs and basically put them into the regular available shares to borrow. 184,000 contracts in the money, 415,000 out of the money on the puts. 3,000. I gotta refresh this. This can't be right. Okay, 3,746 advancers to 2,720 decliners. The Nasdaq is down 0.08%. The Dow Jones is up 0.79%, and the S&P 500 is up 0.25%. Looks like we're breaking out of this descending parallel channel here. Robinhood is up down 2.5%. Amazon is down 0.08%. Cinemark is up 8.11%. Dogecoin is down 2.6%. Looks like they're taking a little bit of a hit over there. GME is up 2.8%. We are up 2.3%. Our inflow versus outflow is currently at 370 to 381, so an 11-point spread for 2.2% change in value. It does look like we're kind of bouncing off the top. We could get a, I mean, we could get a breakout right here. I mean, this is typically speaking, this is there's a level of support at 51.12. This is where you typically see the breakouts. This is where you see a line of support matching up with the descending parallel channel, and you could have the breakout. So you could have a breakout here. You could have a breakout down here. Let me draw this better. This is actually already inside the box. It should look a little more something like this. I wonder if I can copy these and paste. No, that'd be kind of cool if you could. I was just checking to see if I could do that. So, I mean, we could have a breakout of this descending parallel channel right here. I'm not seeing volume increasing like John was saying. If volume starts to increase, we would expect to see volume increase as it breaks out. But this is definitely an opportunity for this to break out here. Checking our volume. We have traded 33.7 million shares in the last hour and 97 minutes. That puts us on a pace for 135 million shares for the day today. My prediction is 120 to 150. Based on the amount of volume that's dropped off so far, I would say that we're probably going to be well outside of my range and heading, unless something crazy happens to the price, we'll be heading more down towards that 90 to 100 million shares traded. So, something very similar to what we had last week, where we're just barely struggling to make 100 million. I might have to start changing my my predictions, because I feel like they've taken on a new strategy. There's definitely a new strategy in play. Keep us between that 90 and 100 million shares traded. Let's see here. On a 1 hour, currently at 59.54 RSI, which is definitely looking really good for a breakout. What the heck do I have all this here for? Oh, that was the old The old signal. Yep. I'm going to leave it. On a 30-minute, we currently have an RSI of 52.42, so almost right down the middle. And on a 5-minute interval, currently at 46.97, so below average. So basically, it looks like to me. Good morning, Chico. Good to see you. I'm feeling a little bit better. Actually, I feel almost exactly the same as I did last Friday. I took a big downturn this weekend, though. Um, yeah, just super major stomach cramping with massive headaches, the kind that like you just want to put your head in a vice and just keep turning until the pain goes away, kind of feeling. Um, yeah, we had a party over here for a 16th birthday, and I pretty much just went up to my room and just laid there, and I couldn't. There's no way I could have handled the noise or the um, like just being around people in general because it was just I was just so out of it. And but I feel a little bit better today, or I want to say like maybe back to like how I did on Friday. I just went and took some more medication just a little bit ago because I was like, "Whoo, I'm getting hot in here." Trying to keep the water down. It's super important when you're sick. And I'll put everything back up on the page again for you guys. Where did my... I hate it when I do that. There we go. What do you mean? What do you mean my Stonko tracker data looks bad? There you go. I thought for sure, I was kind of cold when I woke up this morning, so I threw on my George W. hoodie again, which my wife washed for me, which was really cool. She washed it for me and then hung it up on my chair, and I was like, "Aw, she's so nice." And so I threw that on, and then I was just like burning up again. It's like my body has like no control over temperature. It's just like I'm gonna do this. Surprise. Oh, it looks like we got some news for both GME and AMC. Let's see what it is. Yeah, this is the Benzinga. You ask, we analyze what to watch for with naked brand stock. Um, wow. Listen to this. In January, naked brand was the target. I'm not sure if they're just saying like a naked brand. I'm not sure. Let's see. No. Naked Brand Group Limited. I'm not sure what that is exactly. I'm going to have to look that up because I haven't heard of this before. In January, Naked Brand was the target of a massive short squeeze along with GameStop and AMC Entertainment Holdings and shot up 868% over the course of just 2 days. The ability for Naked Brand to squeeze shorts again is now relatively low because most shorts have already covered their positions. Now, it's just talking about that one particular stock. At present, Naked Brand has relatively low short interest. And then I'm going to continue to read the rest of that. I'm trying to see where it talks about AMC. Okay, so this is just simply talking about Naked Brand. I don't care. Who cares? Okay, so we didn't break out at the top portion of this sending. So again, I think that this one's going to probably be more realistic right down here. I do tend to think that there's more of a level of support at $50. so they're really going to have to work hard to try and push us past 50. I'm not saying they can't. I would just expect to see a breakout of this descending parallel channel more at the $50 price than at the 51.12. We have not held 51.12 to save our life much today. We had it tested back here. We came off of it once, twice, and then broke through just fine after that. So it's at will. I can almost guarantee you that they're testing the resolve of a lot of the new shareholders who just got in on this play at maybe 48, 49, $50. Because if they can get that group of people, like if people FOMO'd in at 48, 49, 50 this last week, if they can get that group of new investors to sell, that'll help drive the price down really quickly. So, they're trying to create these snowball effects. Get a whole bunch of new investors involved, and then see if you can't get them to all sell in one group after having made $1 or $2, and then cause a massive drop in price. So it looks like they're attempting to try and use some of the newer investors, people who may have opened up new positions within the last week. And you guys watched me. I put in some more money. I helped shoot for the $50 close price on whatever day that was, because I really thought that it was a good push for that. Um, it's not my opening position, but it's certainly a position. It's an average up, so um, I think they're going to try and test the resolve of some of those newer apes. I don't even want to call them apes yet because they haven't even, like, I don't even feel like you can call yourself an ape until you've weathered through a downswing from whatever price you bought in at. There's just no way. There's no way you can call yourself an ape without having lived through a significant drop in price. Thanks, thanks, Chico, man. I appreciate it. Naked, naked. Is Naked brand? Is that like those naked juice drinks? Is that the same? I don't even know. I don't even know what they have. I don't even know. Naked brand group. What is that? Oh, digital intimate apparel and swimwear business focused exclusively online. Do we click on that? Do I dare? I don't know. I feel like it's a trap. Oh, I just clicked on it. I don't know. What am I doing? Leaders in intimate apparel and swimwear. Oh, it's actually pretty safe on the front page. That's as far as I'm going. we're we're focused on innovation and the technology to deliver the ultimate customer experience. I think I know somebody who invested in this a while back. I wonder if this is a. I know somebody who I worked with recently who had invested in a company and they didn't know what it was. I think this might have been the one. And then when they found out it was lingerie, they were like, I guess extremely embarrassed about the investment and sold out. And then it had like a huge price spike and they missed out. I think that might be the one. I'm not positive. All right, guys. Got about 2 minutes. I'm going to take that break, 10:20 to 11, and I will be back for more technicals at 11. I really want to see volume pick back up here. I mean, it kind of looks like it started to on this downswing. You can sure as heck bet that anytime that the hedge funds have sell-offs that they can throw in, not put into the dark pools, which is put straight to the lit market. You can guarantee they will. It'll be over 52 when I get back. I hope so, man. I hope so. I don't want to say who, but there's somebody in my family who's rooting for that as well. In fact, actually, my wife has this outstanding. You guys probably heard me say before that she works nights. She has this outstanding rule that if the price ever hits 90, I'm supposed to go wake her up, irregardless of whether it's a day she works or not. She wants to be woken up at $90. So I don't know if that's the point at where she's going to decide whether she's going to quit her job or not. But she's rooting for. I've kind of preached around enough to where I say preached. I've said it enough times where I think I really feel like the squeeze, I feel like we're in the squeeze, but I feel like the margin calls are going to happen somewhere between 90 $95. So I think once she sees 90, she's going to be she's really excited for that number. Wake you up to. I used to have a group of people that I would send out text messages to, and I would kind of like cover every week. I'd cover like a lot of the stuff. I'd kind of give a summary of what's going on with AMC, good news, bad news, what news is happening, kind of wrap up the week, tell them what I was expecting for the next week, kind of a thing, almost like just like a friendly newsletter kind of thing. But that was before I started up this channel. And so my last time that I texted out to them, I told them, I said, "Hey guys, from now on, I'm going to be on YouTube. If you want to get like daily stuff, just come to YouTube and find it." But there's something kind of cool about sending out like a weekly newsletter to people as well, just to kind of like give like a summary or wrap up of everything that's happened. Um, Maybe I should get back to that at some point. It'd be kind of cool to do like a wrap up Fridays, a summary of everything. That's something to consider. I'll think about that. All right, guys. I'll be back at 11, and hopefully we'll have a good push through around then. Let's see, what time does this box show up here? Oh yeah, that's not until it's not till like 11:24 my time. That's another. See, we're at 11:23. Yeah, it's another hour from now. So probably a breakout in an hour. So I'll be back for that. All right, guys. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got here. Looks like we did have a breakout a little bit earlier than I anticipated. Kind of in between, kind of almost in between the two. Go ahead and delete this. We'll come back and we'll visit this. We are at 51.64. Thank you, Crazy Pepe. Well, I should be saying that to you. Welcome back to you. All right, let me throw you guys up on the technicals here. Take a look at them. Refresh some screens here. How much you guys want to bet that dark pool goes up? Or, yeah. Yeah. There it is. That should be enough refreshing of those. All right, let's see what we got here. Currently, 59.17% traded into the dark pools as of so far. It's a little lower than the 30-day average. I think that's what that 30D stands for. I'm not positive. I think it is. Borrowed change. Let's see. They've returned 1.54 million shares. That is more than earlier. An hour ago, it was 1.01. So obviously, as they return more shares, estimated current short share interest of the free float estimated goes down. 20.13, still above 20, which is remarkable. Highest level of volume, still at $55 for the calls. It went from 16.5 in the last hour to 19.9. $45 strike price. Still getting the most love for the puts. An increase from 7.2 to 8.8. Just a little over 2-to-1 ratio. Volume prediction for the day today was 120 million to 150 million. I think I'm going to have a bad day on that one. That's going to be 2 days in a row, actually. So pre-market stuff's going on, and the day doesn't. I think they've identified a way to squelch volume. For example, when I pull up Fidelity, I'll take you back to the main page. I think what you're going to notice is, as I come over here, yep, AMC down in third. Currently 53% buys to 47% sales. Yeah, so I think they've found a way to try and reduce the amount of volume that we're having by having short letter attacks happening during key moments. GME is in 9th position for top trending traded stocks on Fidelity, but they have a higher buy ratio to sell ratio, 70 to 30. I find that very odd, just because there's the price difference. The price difference between GME and AMC is just kind of striking, as unusual to me. I'll get to what you wrote here, Dwayne, in just a minute. I can't really see what you guys are putting up here while I'm going over these technicals. Shares available to borrow, 1.1 million. ETFs 5.5. Looks like that's just kind of remaining the same. Calls, 184,000 calls, contracts in the money, 415 out of the money, puts. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. I would not want to be a hedge fund or even working for one. I gotta say, it's a job's a job's a job, right? And I feel bad for some of the people working over there for some of those hedge funds because I mean they're taking a big hits right now, and I know what that's like to work for a company that's taking big hits. Advancers, 3,743 advancers to 2,780 decliners. Nasdaq is down negative 0.3. The Dow Jones is up 0.65, and the S&P 500 just broke even. And it looks like it's heading down. Robinhood is down 2.25%. Amazon is down 0.28%. Cinemark is up 9.12. Cinemark is having a great day today. Doge down 1.84. GME is up 3.39%. We are up 3.2%. All right, let's check that volume. My guess is we've probably dropped down below my average. The average last hour was 135. Last I checked it. Actually, it was higher than that. But let's check it right now. 40.75. So we got 60, 90, 100 minutes. Okay, it actually picked up. We're picking up in volume. Let's look at that. Is that what it's really showing? Maybe ish. Ever so slightly, maybe. I'm showing an average volume pace right now of 158. Again, the guess that I had today was 120 to 150. Inflow versus outflow. 48, 58, 68, minus 4, 20, 20 minus 4, 16. 16-point spread between outflow and inflow for a 2.8% gain in price. It's kind of low. On a 1 hour interval, RSI is at 63.07, still has plenty of room to move up more. On a 30-minute interval, 58.46, room to move up. And a 5-minute interval, 56.83. So plenty of room to move up further from where we're at. I don't know if this is an ascending parallel or not. Let me just check it. It's close. Should we just draw it anyways? I'm gonna draw that one. I'm gonna draw it out there. So it's a little bit of an abnormal gain right here. In fact, if we pull up the Bollinger, we'll probably see that it's definitely outside. Nope, it's not outside. It's actually a very normal movement through this time period right here. I'm gonna go ahead and draw this though because it's got 2 touch points. Some abnormal movement going down right here. This is the correction. Definitely abnormal movement going up currently. Anytime I draw ascending parallel channels and they don't hold, meaning they don't break out going the direction they should be going, which is down, because this is a bearish indicator, I start to look for like trends that are on more like a 5-minute pace, and then I see things and I go like, oh yeah, that makes more sense, like a George W. Like I wasn't seeing that. Let me see at the 1 minute. Yeah, I guess I just wasn't really seeing it right there. It's kind of skewed a little bit by a bunch of up and down movement, but if you come out to the 5-minute, you can kind of see the George W much easier. So if this breaks out quite a bit from this ascending parallel, then I would say that it's probably this indicator right here, a double bottom. I'm gonna hold it though for right now. All right, now I can look and see what it is you guys wrote here right after I delete this. Let's see. Dwayne says, I read something about a rule change that would make it possible to pause all dark pool activity if a stock was seeing suspicious activity. Does that ring a bell to you? Thoughts? Yes, John, you did say 52. Yeah, Dwayne. I'm trying to recall. I'm pretty sure you're talking about one of the NSCC filings. Let me check out something real quick. There's actually a good place on Reddit, and I'm trying to remember what it is. I probably should have saved it. I'm so bad about that. I always forget to save them. I'm afraid that I'm going to save too many, and then I'll like have like so much in there I won't be able to find what I need. Give me 1 second, Dwayne. I'm working on it. I know there's one on here. So is it the NSCC 002? 2021-002? Let me see here. Yeah, I really wish I would have flagged that that post. There's a really good post out on Reddit that had a breakdown of all the different DTCC rulings that were going to be released and what they were, kind of like a breakdown of what they're for and when the expected times are for them to go through. I'm not seeing anything. It could be DTC 2021-011. Let me check that real quick. So that was filed June 25th, 2021, and it's still under review. I don't see anything in there for dark pools though. Still looking. Just give me a hot minute here. Oh, here it is. I found it. Oh, yay. All right, so I'll pull it over on the other page here. Let's see. All right, so here's what we got. I gotta remember to save this real quick too. I'm just reading down the left-hand side of the page, guys. I'll try to scroll a little easier for you. Now I'm reading up on the right. Okay, well, if there is one, I'm not seeing unless it's worded in a way that I mean, this is obviously very briefly talking about. I'm sure. I mean, all these filings are extensive, and I'm sure it's not talking about everything. And this just a quick rundown on each one of these are. But I don't see any of these that say anything specifically in regards to dark pool trading, unless you see it, and I'm not. This shows the last update of 522. Let me see if I can find who the original poster is for this and see if they've got something more recent. That seems to be the most current one, but I do see regulations edition. Let me try searching for that real quick. Save that. Yeah, that's basically the one that I was looking for. Um, okay, SEC. Here we go. SEC rule, final rule, regulation of dark pools and alt trading systems. SEC Rule 304A for suspension, limitation, or revocation to the exchange. Link to rule on SEC website. It looks like it's already in effect. So this was posted 3 days ago. It says the SEC just 2 weeks ago fully acknowledged retail orders being routed through dark pools, thus bypassing the lit exchange, which directly affects bid-ask price. Link to video below. So I guess maybe we should just click on the ruling. So it says this rule allows the SEC to effectively ban, halt, limit, restrict, or revoke access entirely to any alternative trading systems and or dark pools that connect to the exchange. The SEC can fully enforce this rule at any time for a period of up to 12 months if deemed beneficial to retail investors. The rule also states the procedure to carry out said rule are already in place. Date passed October 9th, 2018, effective 60 days thereafter. So it's already in place, according to this. I know I'm going to click on this this link to this ruling, and it's going to be like well above and beyond anything that I'm going to want to read through. But I'll tell you what, though. No, man, it's okay. I want to find. I mean, that's the whole reason I'm here, guys. You know, we've got 9 hours to spend together throughout the day. So if you guys have something you want to talk about and it has to do with AMC, that's what I'm here for. You know, that's entirely what I'm here for. Um, so that's the ruling. I just posted it right there. It's a huge. Well, I shouldn't say huge. Yeah, it's huge. 563 pages. So, that, however, is not my cup of tea. Going down and filtering through this stuff and trying to read all of it is definitely not my cup of tea. But what we can do, I'm pretty sure it outlines in here, you know, what they can and can't do and when they choose to. I don't understand why they would choose to limit dark pool trading at their discretion. Yeah, that's just a lot of crazy reading right there. I would need a um, special level of power ups to be able to read this stuff. Yikes. So I guess the answer to your question is already in place, uh, but the answer as to why it's not being regulated. Um, I guess my answer to that would be maybe it is being regulated. Maybe they choose for this. Maybe they choose for. Maybe the SEC wants the dark pools to be to not be regulated currently under the current conditions, simply because they need this to be happening the way that it's happening. I mean, until they get all their rules in place and everything that they have to try and mitigate the impact of all of this, you know, that would make the most sense to me. You know, why not allow it to continue the way it's going until you have everything in place to try and, I guess, lessen the impact to the market. I mean, because if you know this is going to blow up, right? All right, let's just assume that you're Gary Gensler for a second. Suppose you're Gary Gensler. You're facing probably one of the worst financial crises of the U.S. economy, and you know you see it coming. The writing's on the wall. What do? Right? Do you throw your hands up in the air and say, "Ah, screw it. We'll just let it crash," or do you start trying to put things into place and you just continue to let things happen the way that they're happening, and so that you can kind of try to mitigate the impact that it's going to have on the market? My guess is that, you know, if it were me, I'd want to try to mitigate it as much as possible. So you just let it continue on the way that it's happening, and you kind of turn a blind eye to it because uh, the alternative is a complete market meltdown, which is still gonna, I mean, still a fairly decent possibility. I mean, I don't even want to say possibility. I really feel like it's a definite. But you know, you can see from that DTCC an NSCC. I can't even say all the names without getting into a tongue twister. But I'll pull back up that page again because I saved it finally. I probably already saved it once before, but this right here, you can see these are things that we've been watching. We've been watching all of these DTCC, NSCC, OCC, ICC, and other rulings all get passed. I mean, I remember 6 months ago, this was all sea of red, or maybe it was yellow. I don't remember. None of it was passed. We only have 4. Well, this is back in. Remember this page right here is old from May, the end of May. And at the end of May, there was only 4 items that were left pending: 002, 005, 003, and 00. Yeah, DTC 005 and NSCC 005. So I think most of these are all passed by now. There may only be like one that's like lingering. So and you can go through and you can read all these, and I'll provide the link for this too, for you guys to see that if I can find it. Come on, where you at? There it is. So this is the link to that as well. I think. I hope. If that doesn't work for me, let me know. But yeah, I mean, we debated this, I think, a long time ago, me and a couple of the other guys in the group. Specifically, I think it was me, John, and Adam. We're talking about this, like what the heck's going on? Like, why? I think we had talked about this and I just kind of forgot about it. Why in the world would they have rules in place that would allow them to stop the things that are going on, to be able to help out the retail investors? And the only answer to it that we could come up with is that they just weren't ready. They weren't ready for the market to have a downturn, and they were trying to set everything up so that it would be in the most it'd be the most favorable conditions. So, in the meantime, we just hold until they're ready for that, I guess. I mean, ultimately, that's what it comes down to. I really feel like there's a big pattern happening here. Let me zoom out a little bit. And I mean, besides the George W. here, I feel like there's like a multi-day pattern happening. I just want to check some stuff out here, guys. Sorry. Let me nerd out here for a minute. What a mess this page is. So yeah. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but on a 1-hour chart, this is that triangle, bullish triangle formation that we had that I said would break out on Friday or Monday. We're now in Monday, and it actually broke out on Thursday above the line. Thursday afternoon, or Thursday post-market into pre-market of Friday. And so we're just now getting past the back end of that box that I had drawn out there. Still getting some really good movement, but it's not like as sharp as I would have expected. Like for a 13-day pattern to finally break out, and we're only above it by, let's see, 48, 49, 50, 51. We're about almost $4 above that amount. I feel like, what's the bottom? 36 to 48. I feel like it should be at least another buck, at least $53. More like 55. I mean, I would have guessed more like 55, but 53 would be ideal. And I guess we're still kind of crawling up. I mean, it's not like we're not crawling up right now, but I just kind of expected, I guess, a much sharper incline on the breakout, uh, almost like straight up to 55, basically. Like I guess somewhere in here on Friday when it did break out. So I'm a little surprised, to be honest. 52, I should take another break. Thanks for looking out for me, John, man. I'll drink some water. How's that? You know what I love about these cups? I'm not going to advertise what the cup is, but these insulated cups, um, I really love the fact that like I can put ice in it and it lasts for like 2 days. As long as I keep putting cold drinks into it. I don't know if ice should last that long. It seems kind of odd. I feel like I'll never get better if I keep drinking contaminated ice. No, but Dwayne, I appreciate you coming in and asking questions, man. That's awesome. Uh, we're not going to learn. I'm not going to learn. You're not going to learn. Nobody's going to learn if we don't sit here and ask questions. So feel free to come in anytime and ask questions. Anybody. No, just John. I mean, just Dwayne. Dwayne only. Um. Oh yeah. I forgot what I was talking about earlier. Did you guys see the post on Reddit where somebody was saying that they posted a conversation between them and somebody else who was working for like, was it Chase Bank or Wells Fargo or something like that? And basically they said that they were trying to get a business loan. I guess she works for the bank, and she tried to set up a business loan, and couldn't even set up a $5,000 business loan because the bank had put a stop to all business loans out from here on from this point forward to some unknown point in time. But they didn't. The thing is, they didn't notify anybody within the bank to let them know, hey, we're not doing any more loans right now, which I find extremely odd. You know, like that's that's the start of some crazy stuff. No liquidity for the. Wait a minute, is Reddit down? I gotta check my phone. No liquidity for businesses anymore. That means so like it's sink or swim time now for people who own businesses, folks. That's scary. Let me see if I get the same thing on my phone. It's up. I guess it's just my computer. I get that every once in a while. The computer will work and the phone won't, or vice versa. Let me see if I can find that post. Oh yeah, here it is right here. It was Wells Fargo. So this is posted by Bell Swimming 7816. I'll put it up on the screen for you guys to see. I thought this was kind of crazy. I'll tell you what, one of the things that scares me though is anytime I ever see these like emergency lights on a post, I see that like as a big red warning flag that I shouldn't like really be watching this, and I feel bad for this person. Like they literally just posted up like, um, I don't know who this Corey person is, but they obviously just like took somebody's text and posted them up for the whole world to see, which I think is kind of odd. So Wells Fargo has halted all small business loans. Yeah, but basically called down to support. Let's see if I can call down to support, and they said we are not doing them. Wells Fargo failed to mention to its employees we have placed small businesses loans on hold. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, if you're a small business owner and your main banking company that you go through is Wells Fargo, you better try and find a bank loan quick somewhere because they probably won't be the first place to shut them down. I did it again. I keep putting Stonko tracker on the same page. Makes it so you guys can't see it. It's back up now. All right, I'm going to refresh Ortex. How much you guys want to bet that borrowed change has changed? 1.47. Let's see. Oh, still the same. Surprise. So 1.47, which is interesting because the note or the thing that we identified earlier this morning was that they had borrowed about 1. I mean, they actually borrowed quite a bit more than 1.5. I think at some point they were down to about 2 million shares and 250,000. So let's see, they would have borrowed 4.5 million shares, and of those 4.5, they returned 1.4. They returned 1.4 to Ortex, meaning that so I gotta do math. Let's math. 4.5 minus 1.5 of it going to failure to delivers. That means that they have 3 million left to play with. They returned about 700,000 to the shares available to borrow. So minus 0.7. And then it went from like 2 point something up to 5, which is 3 million. So minus 3. So I have them at a I'm lost on about 700,000 shares somewhere, which they could have used to short down the stock this morning. That could have been this big jump down here. I would expect to see the borrowed change amount, the return amount, to go up another couple million. Boom, here we go. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's right. This is posted by Interesting Bag 8209 on Reddit saying, if you buy a margin, then your shares will be loaned out to the hedgies, period. You don't have a choice. Buy AMC with a cash account. I know, or I knew, quite a few people who were trading through Robinhood still. And, all I would say is if you're trading with Robinhood, be careful. I know a lot of people think that that what happened last January was a one-time event, but I don't know if I'd want to risk it. The other part of that is that a lot of people are trading on margin accounts on Robinhood who have Robinhood because they want to play. There's no reason why you can't. What I would do, if I were you, if this was me, if I had a Robinhood account and I had a margin account that had my long position of AMC, I would leave like 5 shares and I would transfer the rest of them out to Fidelity or to some other company. It doesn't have to be Fidelity, but there's a list. This is one of my saved. I know I have this in my saved. Let's see, let me go to my profile. And I'll post this up here. There's a list of good companies and bad companies. Let me find it. There it is. This is a list of good brokers and bad brokers. And I just posted it up there. So I highly recommend checking that out. Figure out a good quote unquote broker, and then transfer like majority of your Robinhood position over to that broker, because quite honestly, like having your shares lent out to um, hedge funds is damaging to the position, our position of buying and holding. It's not really buying and holding; it's buying and lending. And I hate throwing out this advice right now, just because I feel like this week is going to be so crazy. I think the average time that I've seen in the past for people to get their accounts to transfer is about like two days. I think most people can get their shares transferred within a 2 day period of time, unless, yeah, bad back. Actually, that is really good advice. To have multiple brokers is actually a really good advice, and I should take it up myself. I don't have multiple brokers myself. Well, I take that back. I do have two brokers. I have I have 5 shares in Webull, and the rest of them are all in Fidelity. So, but you don't have to use Fidelity, because I use Fidelity. But you can. I never want to advertise to you guys. So you make your own decisions. I provide you with information. That's it. So there's that super stonk link there that shows you a bunch of different brokers. In fact, I'll click on it real quick just to see. I think, because I can never remember which ones are the good ones and which ones were the bad ones, just because I have crap memory. Oh, dang, that's a link to a link. I should have given you guys like I'm sorry. Let me just give you this straight up really good straight up link. Wait, what the heck? Oh, it's a wiki. How did they do this? Oh, here's the actual link. I apologize. The other one was a link to a link. That's the actual link, and it looks like some of the good brokers are most Canadian brokers: Questrade, Qtrade, Disnat, BMO, HSBC, RBC, TD, etc. Most European brokers: Swissquote, TradeStation, Dejario, Fidelity, Vanguard, Wealthsimple, which is Canadian and U.S. Schwab. Margin requirements increased. Uinvest, which is through J.P. Morgan Chase. Capital.com, Wells Fargo, Nordnet, and Citibank. Those were all listed as good brokers that did not restrict trading. Neutral brokers were Free Trade, M1 Finance, Tastyworks, Stash, TD Ameritrade, and Revolut. And this is not based off of anything that this is based off of the work of some of the apes from the GME squeeze back in January. And it says it right in the post too. On January and February 2021, multiple brokers decided to stop allowing retail traders to purchase some specific securities. This list is based on this thread, in which I documented which brokers stopped people from purchasing specific securities and which ones didn't, and then it provides a list. So that's what this is based off of. Yes, Fidelity was on the list that did not restrict. Although I do recall, if I remember correctly, let me go back to it real quick. There was something on Fidelity that they had. Okay, so they're showing up under the good brokers. Fidelity is. I think at one point they might have been showing up on the neutral brokers because there was something that had happened within Fidelity that they had to prove had not happened, but it's now showing up in the good brokers, so it's not there anymore. So yeah, they're on the good list. So keep that in mind, because oh, and don't forget rule number 3. Whoever the broker is that you go through, you need to make sure you have after-hour trading. You need to be able to. I can tell you right now that just based on doing the modeling from GME, a lot of major positions, the way that the price changed was in aftermarket hours, whether it be aftermarket or pre-market. I can't tell you which because I don't remember. It's been so long. It's been since like March since I did that modeling. But as I was doing the modeling, I remember going through it and seeing like, wow, a lot of these trades happened in, not trades. A lot of the big price movements happened during those periods of time. If you decide that you want to sell at some point and it happens to be at a price point that's in the aftermarket hours and you don't have aftermarket trading ability, you lose out. Does it cost you extra to trade during those periods of time? For some brokers, yes, and some brokers, no. I can't tell you which ones are which. That's information you'll have to probably figure out on your own. I do know that Fidelity does charge extra for after-hour trades, but I can't speak on the behalf of anybody else. But I'll tell you what, though, if I had been in GME at the time and I had sold at say $400 or something like that, I would have taken that hit. I would have taken that hit to sell at $400 if it happened to be in the aftermarket hours. Um, I could care less how much of a hit it's going to be. I would have taken it to hit my price point. Because the alternative is missing your price point, waiting for the next day, and panicking. Because then all of a sudden you hit your price point. You hit your indicators that you're going to sell, and now you're panicking because you've hit your flags and you're like, oh crap, I don't know if I'm going to see that price again, and you probably won't. And then it'll sell off to some point, and then it'll come back up, and maybe you miss your price point by $100 or something. So missing your price point by $100 is way more damaging than having to pay a little extra for some trades that you do in the after hours. So that's why I always make that rule number 3 when I'm talking to people about this stock and about buying it. Rule number 1, never spend more than you can afford to lose. Rule number 2, buy and hold. Rule number 3, make sure you get after hour trading. End of story. Doesn't get much harder. You're with Merrill Edge. Oh no. I didn't see them on the list. Let me see where they're at. Oh, bad brokers. Merrill Edge. And it's got a proof button that you can click on it. And so the link just says, it's just a streetinsider.com, and it says Merrill Edge said to have put restrictions on trading in AMC Entertainment and GameStop. My understanding, even for Robinhood, even with Robinhood, I don't think that they stop people from selling. Right? And so that's, to me, that's the big issue, right? Like, if you're going to want to sell, you just don't want to be blocked from selling. says Merrill Edge said the two are now blocked for opening transactions and have also been moved to a 100% margin requirement for existing positions. I don't know what that means. Blocked for opening transactions? Does that mean for anything, both selling and buying? That would be insane. I didn't think anybody stopped anybody from selling. It's a very old article. I mean, all this stuff happened back in January. you know, it's an old article, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to happen again. if they're willing to do those kind of things back then, why wouldn't they do them again? Three tests of 52. You are correct, sir. And if you wanted to draw the lines out, thanks for pointing that out. I'm too busy over here talking about brokers. If we were to draw this out, we're looking something a little bit like this. Let me just extend it out here a little bit. It looks like we're breaking the bottom side of this right now. I'm gonna have to wait a minute. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That number just keeps on dropping. Oh, they were double checking their bookkeeping. How convenient for them to double check their bookkeeping. That's odd. To make sure they had enough shares on hand to be able to sell when people were selling. If you got a bunch of people dumping and you don't have enough shares to cover it, yeah, that'd probably be a good reason to start bookkeeping. I'm still holding this ascending parallel channel here. I really do feel like we're on some kind of like larger, because it did break out over the top of this. I could probably, actually I could just move this line. Let me try and redraw it and see what happens. That's not too shabby. I mean, if you're not happy with the broker that you've got, I hate to tell you that now is the time to switch because I don't know. I don't know when the right time is to switch, and I don't know. I don't know how that whole process works. I don't know if they actually send your shares over to the other company, you just hold your shares, or if they cash you out and then rebuy you in with the new broker. So don't let me get you into a bad position by not knowing information. Confirm stuff with confirm things with your brokers before you go do anything. Uh, you know, rational but quickly. Make sure you verify everything. Ask questions. Hey, I want to transfer to a different broker. What's the steps? What are the process? How does that affect me? Um, make sure you ask questions. Because if it's just as simple as like paying like a $75 fee or something like that to have your shares just transferred to a new company and you still hold on to your same shares, it might be worth it. That's up to you. That sounds so bad, Chris. Like I'm just thinking like in my head like For a company to sit there and tell you that you can't make a trade because they're checking their bookkeeping, like I've never heard of anything like that before. That's just so crazy. All right, guys, I'm gonna refresh everything, and we'll do another run here at the technicals and see where we're at. Give me a second here. Refresh. You see me like look back and forth. These pages are so massive. You think dark pools went up again? Maybe. Slightly. Not much, but it did. All right, let's take a look at it here. Dark pools traded so far 59.27. That is about 5% less than normal, so 64, about there. It's pretty close to what we were, I think, what we did last week. Is that right? Last week Friday? No, last week Friday was 60.7, so it'll be up. Let's see. Borrowed change. They've returned 1.48 million. That means they've borrowed a little bit because it was 1.54 returned shares an hour ago. Current short share interest of the free float 20.14%. Highest level of volume for the day today is at a $55 strike price. It was 19.9 an hour ago. It is now at 23.7. On the put side of things, we currently have a $45 strike price. It was 8.8 an hour ago, and it is now at 10.9. Still running a 2-to-1 ratio. Max Payne, I don't know if you guys had seen that or not. I don't know if I had mentioned it a little bit earlier, but Max Payne last week was at, oh, GME just ripped. Nice. Max Payne last week was 46. It moved to 40 this week. This should be interesting. I'll try to head back over to the other page so you guys can see it here in just a second. I'll hurry this up. All right. Orders by Fidelity, highest trending. We're number 3 with a 52% buy to 48% sale. GME is still in 9th with 70% buys over 30% sales. And Stonko Tracker still showing pretty much the same data as earlier. 184,000 contracts in the money, 415,000 out of the money puts. Go look at that, guys. You just have to go look at the options chain. It's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. All right, advancers to decliners. 3,895 advancers to 2,706 decliners in the market. The market's doing up or going up. Nasdaq is at 0.06%. Dow Jones ETF is at 0.67, and S&P 500 is 0.13. Take a look at our stock here. Hopefully, we're ripping here real soon. Robinhood is down negative 0.243%. Amazon is up 0.08%. Cinemark is up 8.55%. Doge is down 1.5%. GME is apparently skyrocketing. They're up 5.47%. Inflow versus outflow, they have about a 5-point spread, equating to about a 5-point increase in price. It is starting to kind of level off a little bit here, but it did spike up from 197 to 201, so about a $4 spike in price, but it does look like it's still continuing on, maybe some more. AMC is currently starting to hit its spike. We are currently up 4%. Moving on up, we have a spread of our inflow and outflow of 50. I can't math today, guys. 45 minus 17. What is that? 33? 32. 32-point spread between the outflow and inflow for only a 4% increase in price. I would expect that to be much higher. Like I said, from that 13-day pattern that we had, I would have expected us to be in the range of $55 easily, 54, 55. So I'm actually really surprised that we're not already there. Let's see, inflow versus outflow. We have plenty of room to move up. I know we do. RSI currently at 67 for 1 hour interval. On a 30-minute interval, it's currently at 64.01. And a 5-minute interval is at 62. So we got plenty of room to move up still. So this is going to be our pattern here. We're looking for something on a much bigger scale, because if it breaks out of this ascending parallel channel, we're looking for something more, maybe like a 5-minute pattern. I mean, I see the George W. I just feel like there's something more. There's something missing. You know, let's look at it at a 1 hour real quickly and take away all this crap and see what we got. I'm just not seeing it. I just don't see it. I don't know what it is. That's not it. I don't know. I'm not seeing it, guys. I don't know. I mean, I really think that this is a gamma squeeze. It's all in the options. I think all of our price movements all based off of options right now. All right, let's figure out what volume pace we're on here. $215. Oh, dang. 87 million pace? Eek. Oh, I really hope volume starts to kick back up here, because that's ugly. And it does appear to be. Those are some good minutes there. My volume predictions for the day today, 120 to 150, so I'm going to be way off if the volume doesn't pick up. And I do feel like, oh, dang it. I do feel like what I'm seeing is they're using opportune moments to drive the price down to help push volume away. to keep volume out. Come on, I need 50 more cents before the end of the day. I'm gonna be so upset because I was gonna call 52, 52.55, and since John already had it, I was like, I should have just done 52.10. That's what I should have done. I went up a full 50 cents. I just didn't want to overlap. I didn't want to stack. We're just slightly over halfway through the day today, so we still got plenty of time to move up in price. I mean, I would say there was already a break, John. I mean, you got a whole candlestick up over 52 there. A whole 2, 3, 4 candlestick, 5 candlesticks up above. In fact, this is since we broke up above right here. This is the first time it's actually gone down below it. It's just the candle wicks that were before. This whole thing's above. I don't know if I'd call that a test. It's just kind of, it's getting attacked. On a 5-minute though, I think you're right. Yeah. On a 5-minute, it's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're on the 8th time. Yeah, I would say that's the case. 1, 2, 3, and then broke through on the 4th. Whether or not that becomes a point of resistance now, sorry, support, it looks like it. I'm really looking forward to the day that I get to go wake my wife up, though. I have a feeling it'll be definitely a day where she's sleeping, and I get to go wake her up when it hits 90. I'll be like, guess what? In fact, you all will just have to like celebrate amongst yourselves because I'm gonna go like celebrate with her real fast, and then I don't mean like whatever, and then I'll be back here. There's a 22,000 sell wall at 52.40. Excuse me. As that gets more, hold on a second. As that gets more into range, I will. I'll zoom in on it. John, I don't know about you, man. I'm having some like. You said you had this indigestion. Your stomach hurt. Do you have indigestion too? I know I normally have it, but I mean it's getting insane. Man, if they really push us down to 87 million shares traded for the day today, this is going to be the fourth day of running in the 80. Also, I take that back. Running between 80 and 100. You know what? The quality of and one of the things that I've noticed too, I was talking earlier about how like a lot of my wife drove up to a Wendy's and all they were serving is chicken tenders and soft drinks because they said they were understaffed. One of the things I'm noticing is that the food production on any place I go to grab food at, it's way under par. This is true. I mean, good. I mean, it's not. I mean, this isn't really low. Like 90 million shares, 90 million shares, I don't consider to be low. 50 million's low. That's low for us. 80 to 100 million shares is just kind of like meh. It's like it's just kind of like everybody gave up kind of day. But I like to see 100. I like to see 100 at a bare minimum. And it's because that's basically it keeps us above 20% of our total float basically being traded per day. I mean that's insane numbers. Right now our 3 month average is at 109, and that's coming down quite a bit because I think it was like 140 not too long ago. Ooh. Excuse me, man. Did you guys see that hedge fund? I can't remember if this was last week or if that was this weekend. Did you see that news about O'Day? I think it was last week. I can't remember. Oh, that's who that is. Okay, stonk. I mean, trying to think of what his name is. One of the guys that I watch on YouTube, Stock Swinger, posted a picture of somebody, and I didn't realize it was a picture. I thought it was a picture of him. I didn't know it was actually a picture of Crispin O'Day, the owner of the hedge fund that recently took out a short position. Okay, so it was 3 days ago. Okay, I didn't realize it was 3 days ago that that was reported. But yeah, AMC Entertainment short seller O'Day asset manager hedge fund has suffered a massive loss over the past month. And you can only guess why. The London-based hedge fund had reported a substantial short position in AMC Entertainment back in August. Before this disclosure, the fund had made a killing on its bearish bet as AMC stock price collapsed from 57 to 37 in July. However, the tables seem to have turned on Hanbury O'Day, who manages the firm's LF Brook Absolute Return Fund and currently oversees around 1.5 billion in assets. As an illustration, AMC Entertainment shares have now breached the $50 price level and are up around 70% since Hanbury O'Day disclosed the bearish bet on AMC. What is the name of the LF Brook? I'm gonna look this up on Fintel because I am curious if we can see that. Let me pull it up. I see a Lynbrook Capital, a Brookstone Capital, and a John W. Brooker. Brooker or Broker. None of them look like short positions. I don't know. Let me ask you guys a question. I'm gonna pull it up for those of you who are watching. I'm gonna pull up the options chain over here. So if I scan up to the top of the options chain, what I want you to just see here is that here's the strike price right here in the middle, and this is the open interest over here on the right hand side. This all expires on Friday. This is massive. I mean, just the fact that there's 7,000, almost 8,000 contracts at half of a dollar on puts is absolutely massive. But if you just scroll down this, as I scroll down this page, just watch these numbers of contracts for the price strikes that are in the middle there. And just look at them all. And tell me that that doesn't look like somebody who's trying to close their positions, because none of these have been reported until this week. And the only reason I could see them listing them this week is because they want to try and close their positions. To me, that looks like somebody who's folding. And I don't know who, but they have a lot of positions in there. A lot of positions. It's crazy. It's insanity. What do you guys think? What do you think that is? Do you think that's somebody who's trying to close their positions, or like, I mean, why would you suddenly like list all of those all in one week? Unless you had a reason for listing them, like you wanted to close the positions. Please, somebody give me an idea as to why that would be, because I don't know the answer. Like, why would they just suddenly show up? I guarantee nobody put in 8,000 contracts for half of a dollar for this week. Just like a long time ago. There's no way somebody did that. Anybody? It's like crickets. All right, I'll try a Google search on it. That's not hedging. All right, so this is the number one. So this is Investopedia. I'm just going to read what it says. Short selling a stock. This is just not. I'm not even clicking on the link. I'm just reading what's out here on the main page. Short selling a stock means you're betting on the stock decreasing. If it goes up to 100, you'll have to pay 100 to close out the position. I mean, so basically what that tells me is that somebody wants to close out their positions by Friday. And they're willing to pay, I guess they're willing to pay whatever it is that they have to pay to close them out. Man, so in order to close out like a half a share, you have to pay the difference. So if say by this Friday we close it like say $60, they would have to pay for those 8,000. It would be 80,000 shares. And it would be the price difference between $60.50, so 55.50, or sorry, 59.50. Oh man, that's $4.7 million right there alone. To close out that position, they would have to pay just for the $50 strike price. Or sorry, $50. At the 50-cent strike price, they would have to pay $4.7 million just to close it out. And that wasn't even a large one. What was a large one? Let's go back and look at it again. I think a pretty bad one would be 17, 24. There's 24 at 10 and 27. 27 at 15. 27.8, we'll just call it 28,000, which is 280,000 shares. At $15, so 15. If we were to hit 60, this is just big guesstimates. It'd be $45 a share they'd have to pay. That's 12.6 million. They gotta find the shares first, though. Wait, do they have to find the shares? Yeah, they still have to find the shares. Wait, I'm so confused. Don't they have to find the shares in order to close out their position? I feel really dumb that I don't know this. Do they have to find it? Do they actually have to find the shares in order to close their position out? I don't know the answer to that. I mean, you don't have to on a long position. Obviously, you don't. You're not buying shares. But on a put position, don't they have, in order to make the position, don't they have to have shares in order to do that? Don't they have to find shares to do that? You know, they may not have to. They may not have to actually find shares to close out the position, but they would definitely have to pay the money. There's a lot of money there. I'm kind of curious. I wonder if anybody's worked it out yet. man, if that's what it is, if they're trying to close out their positions, that's going to be a lot of money that's going to be paid out by this Friday. A lot of brokers are going to start getting rich quick. All right, John, what do you think? 52 hold? I feel like I need to come up with some new Fibonacci retracements because these aren't cutting it. Not hardly at all. Let's do that. It's time for some Fibonacci retracements. Mm. $51.96. I got $51.96. It's close enough. On that Fibonacci, I got 51.96, so that should be pretty close. And this one's good for like in-betweeners. It's an awful mess now. This might be a mudge here. We'll see what holds and what doesn't hold here in a second, and then we'll figure out from there where we're gonna move these, or which one we'll get rid of. So it looks like we have a level of support at 5207. On here, on the actual bid, on the bid order book, it says 5206. There's 6,550 shares. It's a buy wall. I call it a buy wall. Not very many people like it when I do it, but that's what I'm calling it. And then there's also 2,650 at 52. I'm curious, like, why do you guys? I've noticed one thing that Duncan and John, I think you're overseas as well. Uh, what's the deal with the commas instead of a period? But like, is that how the euro, or I'm not sure what currency you guys use, but what's the deal with the commas? Like, I'm kind of curious. I have to like, I gotta look at my because even when I pull up like the Bourse Frankfurt, the European market ticker says it shows dots. Okay, in Spanish, the decimal separation is with a comma. and the thousands, it is a dot. So 1,000 euros, if 50 cents would be 1 point. It's so strange. Yeah, well, it's. I think Duncan does the same thing too. He's always posting his price predictions with a comma in there, and I'm always sitting there going like, what the heck? It's. I mean, it's not confusing to me because I know what it is that you're meaning by it. But it's just weird to see it though for me, just because I'm used to the decimal so much. I mean, you can see it up here, the decimals, like, which is really weird. Like the German, at least in Germany, when I'm pulling up their market too, I see it as, well, let me refresh there. I think they closed. Wait. I think even when I pull up their market, it still says 44.12. Oh, it's, yeah, 44.12. It's actually open right now. All right, looks like it held at 52.07, and it's punching back up again here. 52.32 is the level of resistance to punch through. We just burst right through it like it was nothing. Next level of resistance, 52.54. Pennants. If this is forming a pennant right now, then it should break out. The pennant would break out about here. Ooh, excuse me. This is going through puberty, I think. Yeah, that wherever the pennant would be, I'm kind of guesstimating here a little bit, but if it's gonna be if it's gonna end up being a pennant, I mean, we'll have to see where it goes to. Oh no. So I'm looking at this as like the flagpole, and then we could have like a pennant formation happening here. It would break out of this, going back up more, somewhere inside this box. And I would expect the next minute to be a downturn in price. And then you draw the pennant out like this, and you'd use this top portion here to drive like a pennant shape. Oh, let's see if it continues to drive up though. 52.54 is what we're looking to break now. For an account tops, I guess we can count this as being the second test. Yeah, I would imagine so. You're probably right. John's going to just take over. All right, so from now on, John's going to run the show. Chico's saying you'll bet me a beer we close at 53 and change. I mean, that's right in my price range, man. I can't make that bet. I only like making bets on things that I know I'm going to win on. Which is why I like poker so much. There's some really bad poker players out there. Okay, what price are you thinking, John? I'm curious. I've got my price prediction day was 52.50 to 55.50. My top, all of our tops are way up here. GME's on a nice run. They made it as high as 207. So interestingly enough, guys, after I had that presentation last week, 52.55 was our high. Our lowest that we dropped down to today so far was 50.35. That was a drop of 4.2%, so I don't count that. So I just continue on with my tracking for my next high. And it looks like my next new high is 52.63, so I'm still tracking highs. Man, 79.1% increase since our last big downswing. That's incredible. 33-day run. It's not even. It's like there's just so much happening right now that I can't even. I mean, I can't even really predict where we're heading to. I'm gonna leave the ascending parallel channel. I might clean it up a little. Maybe use some of the new touch points from current. Let's try that. Let's see, parallel. It's gonna break right through this though. Sheesh. All right, guys, we got like 20 more minutes before I do technicals again, and I just have a feeling that it's gonna look amazingly good. AP heading for the blue skies. What's going on, Park Air? Right now, it's the highest we have been since the 7th of June. Wow. Yeah, this is just blowing through everything. There's no point in me even creating any of these channels at all. There's no way I can. The only thing I can do is take away this junk here and say, hey, look, we had a mini George W, and we're just keep on going up from there. Boom, candles. Yeah, I mean, definitely. You can see on a 5-minute that the volume's definitely starting to pick back up again. Wow. You say June, do you? Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw some Fibonacci's from June. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to try and get like an idea on where we might rocket off to here. I'm going to have to drive back to June. Oh, it hates it when I do this. Look at the volume, guys. This is crazy. What do we got? 37, 46 to 68. I need 50s. This might be a good one right here. No, that's not enough. See, this is the unfortunate thing, like having to do this on like a 30-minute scale. I mean, really, this is what I want. I want that one, which is 46 up to 59, but then I want something just a tad bit smaller, like in the same range, but that'll do. I think that there will be a lot of checks around the support and resisting values going through this $51 to $65 ranges. Yeah, 51 to 65 makes sense. I just can't get very good. I mean, we haven't had a whole lot of experience in that range. I mean, we have, but I got to go to a 30-minute interval just to pull them up. All right, let's see if I can get something better. Because these just aren't really good enough. I need a much better. I gotta zoom way in. I need little runs like these right here. $50 to $60. And then I need like a I need much smaller runs like this one right here. Let's see how this holds up. Boom, perfect. That is beautiful. I like that. That's nice. What is volume at? 250. Nice. That's what we want to see. Yep. Borrow change 2.31. I knew it was going to go up. Give it another hour or so. I'll bet you it hits up above 3. Yeah, I like this. These are good Fibonacci's. I really like these for here. 5205, 5285. Those are good. 5187. 52 is a good holding spot for us. Chico, I'm finally in the green. All right, man. You got your diamond hands. Congratulations. We have a diamond hander. I'd pop a party something or other if I had one. Fireworks. I like hearing that you got your diamond hands, man. That's awesome. You know, it's funny. I was thinking. You know how I know I've told you this guys before about the whole Facebook and how it took me 2 years to double my money on Facebook, but I was like very committed and dedicated, and I knew that it was going to eventually take off. Well, it was funny. I never really thought about this the other day when I was telling you guys about that, but this is, I mean, I initially got in at 14, and then I averaged down as it went down to $5. I mean, it was the only option. I was watching Trey, and him, him saying it, and then me thinking it, sitting there going like, the only best option is to average down after that. I ended up averaging, I think it was down to like 940 or 8, I don't remember what it was. It was 860 or 940 I averaged down to. Um, but but then when the price really started taking off, I started averaging up. And quite honestly, Chico, um, I don't remember at what point it was that I started averaging up, but when I made the conviction to average down is when things just kind of started snowballing for me, and I started saying, no, 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 I'm averaging up now, and so so um, yeah, I'm averaging. You saw me average up last week. Um, it's just going to continue to go up and up and up, and the money, it hasn't even been a year yet, and I've made way more money on this than I did on Facebook. I doubled up on Facebook, but this is way bigger than Facebook ever was. I'm trying to think here. See, I think I got in at Facebook at $36 a share, and it took me 2 years to get to 60 or $72, I think it was. This was much, much faster than that. And I'm way more convicted on this than I was on Facebook. That's right, man. I gotta throw some diamond hands in here too. Where's my diamond hands? I'm just gonna copy. I don't think I've seen coin on. This might be the first time I saw him write something in here. Why can't I? Do I just never put anything in here at all? What the heck? I can't do this. Why am I so computer inept? Oh, there we go. Boom. I'm topping it. Chico with the diamond hands coming in. finally formed his diamond hands. We've got back to, we're going to, and if there's guys, I'm telling you guys, if there's more of you out there who have a higher position, and I know there is, I know somebody in my family who's higher than this. There's more of you out there. We're coming for you. I promise. We are coming from you. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. We're going to pick you up. Crazy Pepe's going to hunt you down, Chico, and buy you a beer. He's going to force you to drink his beers. Oh, shit. I'd drive a couple hours to join in on that if we were all kind of semi-close to each other. I think Chico mentioned something about being an hour behind me earlier. I think it was Chico. I don't know if it was Chico or not. Yeah, 1 hour behind me. So he's got to be someplace west of Texas. I'm pretty sure Crazy Pepe's a couple hours north of me, Irving or something like that, right? If I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember, guys. My memory is really, really bad, so be happy that I can remember this kind of stuff because it takes a lot. And we can just meet halfway, man. Waco. We'll all meet in Waco. Meet at the silos. We'll smash beers on the silos. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, that's funny, but other people probably have no idea. If you watch home improvement shows, there's Chip and Diana. They're based out of Waco, and they have these silos that they purchased in Waco, and they have this like it ends up being a meeting spot for a lot of people because nobody really goes to Waco to go to Waco. It's just kind of one of those meeting places that's kind of in between Dallas and Austin. So a lot of people will meet up and hang out at those hang out at that place. But apparently, I haven't been yet. But my wife says, yeah, it's Chip's territory. Uh, my wife said that that place is like extremely overpriced and just more or less just kind of a tourist trap. But yeah, we'll go down there. We'll start drinking beers. Chip will probably join us. Apparently, they never show up to that place at all. It's like it's total tourist trap. It's kind of it reminds me of like it reminds me of when I went to Vegas. This is a crazy story. My wife and I went to Vegas together, and we got there. Well, we had worked all night together because we were working nights, and then we flew out the early morning the day after we got off of work, and then we flew in there, and I think by the time we got to our hotel, it was probably like 5 o'clock at night, and we're like, where we were staying? We were staying at Treasure Island. And we're like, oh, well, let's walk up to Fremont. It can't be that far. And I don't know if you guys have been to Vegas or not, but that's actually like really far away. So we're walking up these roads trying to get to Fremont, and because nothing's open on the strip at the time when we were there, and Vegas has changed a lot. So we're walking up the main strip, heading towards Fremont, and we stumble upon uh, what's that pawn shop guys? I can't think what their names are. Anyways, we accidentally stumble upon the pawn shop guy's place, and it's like pretty late at night. But next door to the pawn shop guys is the is a barbecue place, and it's the same. It's owned by the same guys. So we go in there and we start talking to the people and stuff, and they're like, "Oh yeah, those guys are never at the store. They're never at the pawn shop. Like it's the only time they ever show up over there is for filming, and that's about it." And but it was kind of crazy. Pawn Stars, yeah, that's it. Don't do that, by the way. For anybody who ever goes to Vegas, don't decide to walk the strip all the way up to Fremont, because Fremont's the old strip, um, the old center, I guess, of Vegas. Yeah, don't do that. It's way too far to walk. But I'll tell you though, we hadn't eaten dinner. We hadn't eaten dinner. We actually made it down to, by the time we left our hotel at like 7 o'clock or something, we finally made it down to Fremont by like 10, I think. And um, there was some kind of hamburger joint. Oh, it's Heart Attack. I think it was the Heart Attack Grill. And so we stopped in the Heart Attack Grill to to have some burgers, and man, that place is something else. Really good burgers. I've never eaten a 3 patty burger before in my life, but I chowed that whole thing down. I was so hungry. All right, guys, 1 o'clock. Let's do our technicals. Okay, here we go. Dark pools, 59.33% of all volume heading into the dark pools, which is going to be about 64% on Stonko Tracker. They have returned 2.54 million. I'm sure that's going to go up some more. Shares borrowed currently showing 1.48 returned earlier. So they've returned another million shares. Oh, Chico, man, when I did my trip, we passed through El Paso. Yeah, we should have stopped by and said hi. Let's see. We actually stopped at we stopped in El Paso. We were gonna stop for, what kind of food was it we were stopping for? I think it was gyros or something like that, and the place was closed down. And so we stopped at a burger joint that was right down on the end of the thing, end of the strip mall. I'd have to look it up, and I could tell you where it was. But getting back to technicals. Oh, I have it on the wrong spot. Let me fix that for you real quick. Dragging it down to the $40 range. Okay. Highest level of volume on the call side is at a $55 strike price. It was 23.7 an hour ago. It is now 35.4. 45 was the highest level for volume on the puts. It still is, although a runner-up is starting to become 50. At 45, they have 13.1. That is up from 10.9. 10.9 to 13.1. Okay, we almost officially have a 3-to-1 ratio. It's getting really close. Probably by the next hour, we'll have a 3-to-1 ratio, which is around that time when you start to see a larger strike price for puts. So they'll probably move it up to 50. But right now, there is a $10 spread between strikes at 45 to 55. Taking you back to the main page. On Fidelity, AMC moving up from slot 3, overtaking Apple to number 2 most traded stock, and it has 51% buys to 49% sells. GME still holding 9th position with 67% buys to 33% sales. They are dropping a little bit. Stonko tracker still showing 1.1. Looks like they borrowed about 100,000 or so since one of the last readings. Although, as of what it says currently, they've returned them. Yeah, a lot of stuff going on with this with the borrowed shares today. The market advancers 3,682 advancers to 2,953 decliners. Nasdaq is down negative 0.21%. Dow Jones is up 0.38%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.07%. Robinhood is down 2.43%. Amazon is down 0.24%. Cinemark is up 8.37%. Just want to see how they look. Wow, so they had quite the run. They also had a nice little George W. earlier before their run. Pre-market is where they, or not pre-market, but market open, they really had a huge adjustment upwards. Looking real good. Looking good, Cinemark. Way to go. I do worry about Cinemark. I think they are being shorted. Dogecoin down negative 1.5%. GME up 6.72%. Interesting. And AMC up 4%. We have an outflow of 647 million versus inflow of 676, which is a 29-point spread. A 29-point spread for 4%. I would expect 5 or higher. It's kind of low. On a 1-hour interval, we currently have RSI at 67.45. High, but not high to the point of where it could have a correction quite yet. On a 30-minute interval, 64.2. And a 5-minute interval at 54.62. Got a little bit of a shoulder, hedge, shoulder pattern going on. We might break back down underneath 42 if that pattern does hold up. As AMKC shows up and always says, "Got my Whataburger." His good old Whataburger signals. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't, lately it's been kind of weird, and it's not doing what I would think it would do. So we'll see what happens. Our current pace and volume, I'm just going to call it an even 60 million. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 8, 8:30. Oh yeah, that's right. So 2:30. Yeah, that looks about right. Currently, our pace has picked back up. We were down to about, I think it was like an 80 million trade day, but it's picked back up to 101 due to the volume picking back up, which is pretty significant. We don't normally see that much of an improvement, so that's actually a really significant improvement. So picking back up to 101 shares traded for the day today, average pace. I did predict 120 to 150 based off of pre-market data. 5250 is holding as like the mid mark. 5285 is kind of like the upper. The lower is 52. We'll see if 52 holds. El Paso, Fort Bliss. You know what's really interesting? So when my son and I were taking that cross country trip, what is it, 2 weeks ago now? Dang, time flies when you're having fun. We drove through and we stayed in Fort Stockton, and that was one of our stops. That was our first stop, was Fort Stockton, and I had no idea how my son called them pass through cities. I've never heard that term my entire life. I don't know where he came up with it from, but it was crazy. We went there and I asked, I'm on this road trip with my son. I thought, we'll go do something fun while we're waiting. And so I was like, well, it'd be really cool if we saw a movie and, AMC and all that stuff, right? so, so I asked the lady, I said, hey, is there a movie theater around here? And she's like, no. And I was like, really? No movie theaters at all? She's like, well, if you want to drive an hour and a half away. And I was like, no, I don't want to drive an hour and a half away. I said, okay, well, is there, what do you have for fun around here? And she's like, nothing. I was like, okay, she's no help. So we left, and this is the front office lady for the hotel we were staying in. So we left and we went to go grab some dinner. We saw some place that had some good ratings on Yelp or whatever, and so we're traveling over to go get some food. And I pull up through the drive-through and I ask the lady, I'm like, "Hey, is there anything? What do you do for fun here in Fort Stockton?" And she's like, she sits there until she goes, "Huh, nothing." I was like, "Are you kidding me? This is crazy." I've never heard of anything like that in my entire life. Yeah, so Fort Stockton. Nothing there to do. It was ironic though. Right next door to the hotel we were staying was a bowling alley slash arcade place, which was closed down apparently due to the pandemic. Yeah, it was. I couldn't understand it. I was like, um, nothing. It was crazy. I'm looking for the strip mall that we went into to have the food that we had, just so I can tell you where it was that we went to. We were gonna go eat at this one. Um, I can't remember. I don't even know what to call it. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, you know what? I think I have it in my pictures. I got the name of the restaurant in my pictures. Give me a second. Fort Stockton. No, man. I'm in El Paso. There's plenty to do. I'm sure there's like lots of stuff to do, and we didn't stop there, unfortunately. I should have. Here it is. I found it. Toro Burger Bar. So we wanted to go to this place called Zeno's Greek and Mediterranean, which is off of the 80, the 62 and Buffalo Soldier Road. And so we stopped at this place. We were going to go to Zeno Greek and Mediterranean food restaurant, and it was closed. COVID, I guess, related or something. So we go down to the corner, and there's this place called Toro Burger Bar, and that's where we ended up eating. Was at Toro Burger Bar. Same thing you do. Toro Burger Bar. That's the place we went to. It was all right. It was decent. Uh, they had a good selection of beers. The food was pretty tasty. The only thing that was that I would complain about was the fact that the service was just kind of slow. But in general, nowadays anymore, it seems like that's the case anywhere you go. So Toro Burger Bar. It was pretty good. I'd say check it out. One of the videos that I posted where my son was taking a picture, I took a movie of him eating his burger from our trip from about 2 weeks ago. If you go back and look at it, he starts to give this face like, "I don't want you filming me" kind of face. But as he was going to take a big old bite out of his burger, it was pretty funny. That's too bad we didn't. I didn't know you were around. I don't think you were here with the show about 3 weeks ago, Chico. So it's too bad. Just missed you. We could have stopped by and had a beer together. Probably could have asked you for a good place to stop. Grunlecko, thanks for stopping by and visiting. If you ever have any questions or have any, if there's any data you want to see, just let me know. I'll pop it up on the screen. I just realized Stonka Tracker's not showing up on there. There it is. Got it back up now. So it looks like we're just having like a period of consolidation. However, I do want to point out that we did have the hedge shoulders, which is this is actually a bearish signal, but I see a secondary bearish signal, and it's traveling right along this $52 level of support. And so this is kind of what I'm seeing right here. This would be a consolidation to a breakout going down in price. And we're getting close to the end. So, you know what that means. They're going to try and break this out going down. And of course, we're going to fight it back, and it's going to end up going up. Proving me wrong again. This indicator does look like a bearish indicator, though. I got two different signs. You know, you got the falling wedge, falling triangle with the triangle on the flat side of the triangle down, and also the head and shoulders. What I would expect to see happen if this does indeed fall down, or not fall down rather, but if this does break out going down below, I would expect to see this to hold at 51.87. I can't imagine it dropping too much further down. Volume, if you'll notice, volume's dropping, price is dropping. Let's pull up that indicator again. Volume decreasing, price decreasing, bullish. So you go right on ahead and drop that price on us right now, hedge funds. You go ahead and do that. You just drop on that price, and we'll just pick right back up where you left off. Yeah, there's the breakout. Right on time, right on schedule. All right, guys, I've got a 40-minute break here, and I'll come back and be with you guys for the last hour of closing. We're getting the breakout right now. Like I said, I wouldn't expect this to fall much lower than 51.87, but I do feel like there's a little bit of a correction coming here. Two different indicators showing that the price is going to drop. So it's all right though. Don't worry about it. It is what it is. We're going to hold this today. I think a lot of it has to do with the volume falling off right now. So it may break out here just slightly and then head back up again. When I get back in. All right, John, we'll look for it. See you in a bit. Okay, let's see what we're cooking with. Oh yeah, we definitely broke out going down. Very fractionally. It kind of came back in up through the wedge there. Sorry, triangle. Then it fell down about to where I said 51.87, but it looked like it actually made it to 51.75 and then drove up after that. So it definitely found a little bit of support down here at 51.75. That's good to note. Almost, John. Almost, John. Not quite 53, 52. Cooking with Crisco. I was hoping more like bacon grease. But you're right. Right now it's just like Crisco. All right, let me take you guys over to the stats page. We'll run technicals one more time here. Alrighty, let's take a look at what we got going on here. Dark pools, 59.78%. That's going to be more like in the range of almost 65% traded in the dark pools for the day today. That's right here next to my finger. And moving down to the borrowed amount, it looks like they've returned 2.67. That's up, well, it depends on how you want to look at it. They had an hour ago 2.54 million shares returned. Now it's 2.67. Typically, when that gets into the range of 3, we know how the day's going to look. I expect that to be over 3 million today. I do expect that to be over 3 million. Which is it's causing the estimated current short share interest of the free float to drive down. It is below 20 now at 19.93. Our highest level of call volume is currently almost a tie between. No, I take that back. It is at 55. It is at 55 with. It was 35.4 thousand contracts earlier, is now 39.8. Highest level of puts. This is the one I expect to change. Yep, it's getting real close. $50 is 12.2, but 45 is still winning at 13.8. It was 13.1 earlier, so it's now 13.8. We are definitely a 3-to-1 ratio currently. Yeah, I mean just slightly under. But basically it's a 3-to-1 ratio on calls versus puts. Let's see here. What else do I want to say? We'll just move on from here. Going back to the main page. AMC in second on highest trending stocks traded. We are currently at a 51 to 49% buy over sell. GME has moved into the 8th position with 64% buys to 36% sales. The history on the shares being lent, you can see it's not really changing a whole lot. But there is 188.9 thousand contracts in the money on calls and 415.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. Yikers. Yikers. Market's doing well. It's slightly up over. It's not quite down. It's a little more up than it is down. 3,469 advancers to 3,196 decliners. Nasdaq is down 0.54. Dow Jones is up 0.26, and the S&P 500 down 0.28. Robinhood is down 2.44%. Amazon is down 0.71%. Cinemark is up 8%. Dogecoin is down negative 1.5. GME up 8. Well, it's basically just 8%. And we are up 3.8% with a outflow of 737 to an inflow of 757, which is a 20-point spread. We were at 29 earlier. For 3%. Yeah, I mean, we were at about 4% earlier when we had a 29-point spread between the two. Looking at volume, is way lower than I would have expected with only an hour left to go. Yeah, 77.4 million is the pace that we're on now. Drastically, so they are drastically figuring out how to reduce the amount of volume that we're having each day. That is a little concerning to me. I'm not exactly sure how they're managing to do that. We are showing much larger signs of volume, especially in the pre-markets. So it's a little confusing to me how exactly they're figuring out how to reduce volume, but they are definitely getting people to spend their money elsewhere. With the price being as high as it is kind of one of those situations where people could, see better deals with companies that are, under $20. The small caps. Let's see what kind of pattern we got going here. I'm kind of detecting just a wedge pattern formation. Anything that goes into the aftermarket hours pretty much gets squiddooshed. So, and since this does that, I have a feeling they're going to try and drag this out to the very end of the day. Today, this is a wedge pattern. The breakout should happen somewhere around this time frame, which is right at the end of the market. And it's difficult to say which direction it's going to go, but we're going to take a look. Not necessarily. I mean, the way, that's why I kind of look at Chico. You're asking, doesn't low volume also mean no apes selling? Not necessarily. I mean, it's difficult to say. That's why I kind of look at Fidelity for kind of like an indicator. I think that based on what I'm seeing, there's definitely people who are selling, but it's more buying than we have selling. So that's good. However, we know that that's just orders, right? So it has nothing to do with actual shares that are being purchased. So it's hard to say. There's more buying than there is selling going on. And even if people are selling their shares, I think the important part is that they're going to suck them up if they the hedge funds want them, and I think that would be in high volume. So I see what you're kind of getting at there. You're suggesting that there would be much higher volume if people were selling off shares, and I would probably tend to agree a little bit as well. But for periods of time like this where you see the price dropping, right? Like the average price is dropping right here, and then volume is dropping, and that's actually a bullish signal. So we have a wedge pattern formation right here that breaks out somewhere close to the end of the day, which so your first indicator is we have falling volume with decreasing price, and that's bullish. So you take that and then you couple it with the fact that on a 1 hour interval, We currently have RSI at 64.32, which means price could go back up. It's a little high though, so we are a little overbought. On a 30-minute, it's at 60, so it's actually a lot better. So the 1 hour interval and probably higher is going to look pretty high. But a 5-minute interval is probably looking pretty good. Yeah, 47.32. So I would suggest that it's going to break out within the last 15 minutes of today, but that's not, I mean, that's not like I'm telling you something you probably don't already know. That's very typical of the stock to do in the last 15 minutes. Very, very, very typical. It looks like I've got some Skype messages coming here. So I think what we'll probably end up seeing is just a bunch of consolidation coming up here. Um, let's see here. I don't think it's a terrible thing. If what you're trying to get at, Chico, I wouldn't worry too much. I think little tiny amounts of people selling is going to happen. You have a lot of people who bought, I think, maybe $45 to $50 range, maybe months ago, and they're tired. A lot of people aren't built for holding in like this. You just earned your diamond hands. And I would suggest anybody who's continuing to hold this is holding diamond hands as well. But there are some people out there who are kind of looking at the fact that they just went green and are like, "Yep, I'm done." Because maybe they made a buck and they're like, I'm just, this is not for me." And so they're selling their positions, and it's going to happen. Pretty much wait till we get back up into the 70 range again. We're going to see some stallouts in that range, 60 to 70. There's going to be some big stallouts in there. There's going to be people who are like, finally, I've waited this long to get my money back, and I'm just done with this. But it's okay. My hopes are is that we drive through those price ranges really fast and doesn't give those people an opportunity to have thoughts like that. But as you can see, what we're doing right now, I mean, even if I pull this back out on a 1 hour, and I just try to put myself in like other people's shoes, right? Here you've been holding on for such a long period of time. A lot of these people have been holding on forever, and price finally drives up here. Um, you know, it didn't drive out of this box like I would have thought. This triangle pattern. It didn't drive up out of this nearly as fast as I would have thought, and I think a lot of it is we're seeing people buy or selling, and we did see signs of that on Fidelity last week on Friday, Thursday, and Friday. There was more selling than there was buying during certain points of the time throughout the day as I was checking it. So it just really just didn't drive past this as hard as I would have thought of. It would have gone past. So, and I think we'll see the same thing once we get up into that $60-$70 range. Unless it drives hard. If it drives really super hard, then like I said, they won't have a chance to think about selling. But yeah, if they slow down the price increase, it definitely gives people an opportunity to rethink things, which is what we're seeing have happen. I mean, this is now 2 days in a row that I've gotten volume predictions incredibly wrong, which is very unlike me to do. Um, 2 days in a row, I've predicted 120 to 150 in volume, and last Friday we ended up at 89.9 million, and now we're on the pace for 77. And I'm predicting such high numbers, and our pre-market data is showing signs that we should be having volume days that are in those ranges. So just it's very unusual activity, and I'm not sure what to chalk it up to other than the fact that they tank the volume. They tank the volume every single day, right when it's like really hitting the hardest. Like volume's really high up in here, and then they just tank it down with a ladder attack, and the next thing you know, volume just falls off. You can see it happening right here. Right as the price is falling through here, volume just drops off, and then it doesn't come back until the end portion of the day. Oops, I just moved my box. Right, and that's what I'm thinking, Duncan. I'm trying to place myself into somebody else's shoes. If you haven't been in this play for a while, and you just jumped in on this, you're probably shaking in your boots. So yeah, I mean, not everybody's built for this. Not everybody's built for buying and holding. But it's not like I'm sitting here telling you that if those people don't hold, we're screwed. Because that is not the case by any means. I mean, we can handle a fair bit of selling before it even becomes a problem. There's quite a lot of room for us to be able to have sell-offs before we'll start having problems, and we'll know it. We'll see it coming when it happens. What I'm really kind of curious to see, um, I'm I'm really excited to see what's going to happen to Ortex for tomorrow. Seeing as how they borrowed as many shares as they did, but it's only showing a return of 2.69 right now. What did I say earlier? 6 million. We saw them borrow 6. They returned half in failure to delivers almost. Let me just look at something real quick here. On loan. So they're dropping the on loan amount, but the average age just keeps increasing. Which means that they're just stacking on. The day of reckoning's coming. That means the failure delivers are just stacking on. I mean, I'll pull this up on the screen so you guys can see it real quick, but you can see what's happening. You can see it. You can see the failure to deliver. So they're borrowing more shares, and then now all of a sudden this is going down here. So the actual amount of shares that are on loan is kind of decreasing a little bit right now, but the average age of the loans is still increasing. So they're not really covering, because if they were covering, this number would be dropping, and it's not. It's actually at the highest value that it's ever been since ever. No, not since ever, but since the beginning of this year. Or maybe it was ever. No, it's not ever. It actually was way higher before January. When is this? October? of last year. It was as high as 84 days. We're currently at 59. But we're certainly higher than anything between January and now. Yeah, this is, if on loan amount decreases tomorrow and this average age also increases, this is just getting uglier and uglier. Not for us, for the hedge funds. It's getting pretty for us. Ugly's a good thing for us. Nice little George W there. I kind of want to see like a triple bottom on 50, what is that, 5180 or something like that. I mean, every single day what we've been seeing is that, we have some signals that look like there's some good pressure that's going to be pushing into the aftermarket hours, and then what ends up happening in the aftermarket hours is a bunch of nothingness, or very, very little nothing, next to nothing. So I really feel like sometimes they just try to push the day out so that they can possibly just end the day. I really want to know. I really want to talk to an expert, who's an expert on options. What does it mean when options just pop up like that on a certain week? Does that mean that somebody's trying to cover their positions? Does that mean that they plan to cover their positions by the end of the week? And if so, does that basically mean that, I mean, to me, that seems like there's going to be a lot of brokerages that are making like just fistfuls of money by the end of this week. And if that's the case, then we're probably going to see some gigantic whale movement coming in and buying up positions, long positions. Since I got 7 of you on here, at least it's showing 7. Have you all checked it out? Have you went and checked out to see if you could find any other companies that had a if you take the average volume and divide it by your free float that have anywhere near of a ratio like we do? Let's see, what are we at right now? 109 divided by 511. We're at a 21.3% ratio of our free float traded every day. There is actually another company. I looked it up and I found one other company that trades closer to a 50% ratio, but that was it. That was the only thing I could find. Yeah, I can look up root or text data for you. 1 second. I mean, do you just want to see the information that's there, or did you want to see like the whole? I'll just drag it across and you can just see everything. I'm not sure what it is you're looking for. They do have estimated current short share interest at 25.11. They borrowed, it looks like somebody's borrowed 2.4 thousand shares. Utilization's at 92. Shares on loan 19.87. Why am I not seeing? I'm looking for, oh, there it is. Oh, they had a spike in failure to delivers, but no price increase. That's kind of weird. Strange. If there's something else you wanted to see on that, let me know. Getting close here, guys. We've got about 25 more, or sorry, 35 more minutes. I'd like to see a nice spike up, like right at the end of the day, putting my bottom into range. ATER. See, this is what I would expect. When you have a huge drop in the on-loan average days, it takes about 7 to 15 business days. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's the price increase right there. Yeah, so anytime you start seeing those on average loans per day decreasing, that starts moving up. Estimated short share interest is so high. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, and utilization is really it's through the roof. Just remember, utilization though, guys, it's shares on loan. To figure out how many total shares that they have available to borrow, it's you just take your shares on loan, so 12.99 divided by your utilization 0.9994. So there's only that they've borrowed all the shares they can borrow. So they'll have to find more shares in order to try to drive the price down on this. Okay, we have, like I said, I can never really tell you which way it's going to break out of a wedge. This is 230 is the period of time where the hedge funds usually try to make a drop in price just because you know, the last 15 minutes is owned by the apes. So this is their attempt to counter this. Yep, no problem. How far down is this going to go? I don't have any Fibonacci's for this. Okay, we have a level of support at 5171 that it looked like it drove through. Drove through. It's a new word. I made it. $51.49 seems like a good stopping point, but I have a feeling it's going to go a little further. What do we got going over here? We got a 51.52. This just disappeared. Yeah, they're going to drop this a lot further. This is the big anti-push. What was our high for the day today? 52.79. And our current low, let's see, our low for the lowest low that we had today was 50.35. %, maybe? 51.42. $50.25. That's kind of low. I think the most we could probably get this down to is about 51.15. I mean, it's already starting to kind of trend back up a little bit. I think a good support line would probably be 51.15. I can't imagine them being able to push this much further than that. And we're already starting to drive it back up here. $53.05 to close. That's what I'm hoping for. Who said it today? I don't remember who said it earlier today, but they were saying, irregardless of closing, even if it closes at like $51 or something like that, we're still up. Quite a bit. We're still, even at $51, it'd be up a buck or just about. So that is important to note. Like, even though it's had a bit of a retracement from the high of 52.79, um, it's still day over day doing really well in price. I don't want to see this kick off too early. If we start kicking off too early, it's gonna suffer in the end. Like, if we kick off right now, it's gonna probably be a run for 52 and not 50 and not higher. It's too early to push. Oh, I didn't realize that. There we go. Sorry, guys. I didn't realize that I had my Stonko tracker in the wrong spot again. And of course, it's not showing up the right information either now. What the heck? There we go. All right, price is driving back in. I'm going to go ahead and leave this box in here. I'm going to keep an eye on borrowed change. If I had to guess, we'll probably see another three. Let's see, I'm guessing around somewhere around 3.5 million shares returned today. Out of this, well, I guess it was close to 6 million that they borrowed this morning. Or sorry, 4 million. It would have been 4 million. I think they used about 1.5 on trying to drop the price today. Let's see, they borrowed 4 out of the 6. So 4 minus, it actually might be a little less than that. Yeah, actually, it might end up right where it's at right now. 2.69 sounds about right. Because I think they used about 1.5 million shares today to try and drop the price in the early morning, which is doing a damn good job at trying to at drawing volume away. Man, Duncan coming in with a clutch number, it looks like. Holy crap. 51.8. How do you nail that? I'm sure we'll fight for 52. John, just so you know, the only reason I didn't pick 52 to 55 myself was because I didn't want to stack. And so I should have gone for 52.10, but I went up 50 cents instead. That ended up being my the exact same price I wanted for this morning. I was like, yeah, I won't stack. I'm really surprised by volume today, guys. Really surprised. Yeah, I know. Stacking's fine, but I don't know. I just kind of wanted to. I hate seeing us miss. That's the worst thing, right? I hate seeing us all miss. And so what I should have done is I should have. I didn't know what Duncan's numbers were yet, and I should have gone under, not over. I was a little afraid. I was afraid, honestly, 55 might not be enough. That's the whole reason I went up instead of down. I was afraid that 55 might not be enough up, so I went up instead of going down. Let's see, what was I looking up here? One hour ago, meme stocks AMC and GameStop push small cap benchmark higher. The Russell 2000 Value Index is among those that have advanced with help from run up in meme stocks this year. Somebody says, somebody posted they smell margin calls. I wonder why they would say that. This is an interesting point by Burrito Planet. Is on Reddit said, if we can stand the drop from 70 to 29, you can hold it when it goes from 25,000 to 900. I don't know where they come up with that. What kind of drop is that? Actually, yeah, no, that's way too much. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I wouldn't expect anybody to hold through that kind of a drop. If it actually did indeed hit 25,000, I could see. Actually, let me try this again. I could see it dropping down to like 7,500, but I can't see it dropping down to like 900. Not unless it was like, yeah, no, that just won't happen. That's too far. But I mean, still 25,000 down to 7,500. That's still choking quite a bit. I know every single one of us is going to be choking when we first see our first 70% drop. There's not a single one of us in here that's not going to choke that up a little. Don't worry, John. We still got the last 15 minutes. Usually apes really pull through the last 15 minutes, so we haven't even quite hit that yet. So we're almost there. Just give it a chance. I have a feeling. I probably won't hit mine if I had picked 5210 instead, which next time I might be a little more smarter about that. But um, 52, I think is in the realm. Unless this thing just drops all of a sudden down to like 51 and a quarter, then we could have a fight for 52. Yeah, but every single one of us are going to be choking a little bit the first time we see it drop that much. Looks like I got a message here. Looks like I got homework today, guys. I'm getting an interview from somebody. It's looking like I'm getting an interview from somebody who's going to be a really good interview, I think, in my opinion. Um, I kind of want to get questions from you guys, but I can't really do that without giving away who it is, and I'm not willing to do that. I don't want to lose this one. This will be a damn good interview. Have faith, John. Have faith. The last 15 minutes is owned by the Apes. We typically own that. Unless it pulls at 7:30. If we see a hard increase in price at 7:30, then sometimes I kind of go like, not so much. But yeah, I mean there was a little bit of a push at 7:30, but it wasn't a hard push. What time and where is the interview I want to watch? So we don't have a date or time set up yet, but I say they because it's turned into a they interview instead of, well, it'll be a them interview, but it sounds like they want to discuss as a group. I guess I can kind of tell you guys who they would be. Um, Let me think about this. Let me think. I hate leaving you guys hanging like this. What can I say? What can I say? Okay, subject matter. If there was anything that you could ask on Reddit in regards to Reddit, the Reddit community, I guess that's probably about the best I can do. If you could ask anything of the Reddit community, what specifically in the Reddit community would you want to know if there were questions? Specifically to AMC stock. Oh, yeah, it's a great. I mean, I always leave the I always leave the conversation up, and I always read out questions throughout from you guys during the interviews. So there's always that for sure. But yeah, if you guys could ask anything of that particular AMC stock community, what would you ask? I didn't even notice that I had that message until just now. I was like, oh, look at that! I got a message. So I'm being charged with submitting the questions today. Well, I'm committing to submitting the questions today so that we can kind of cover. They actually had not responded back to me for a while. They said that they were thinking about doing the interview, and now all of a sudden they're asking for questions. So if AMC is going to add better arcades and VR experience. No. No. From Reddit AMC stock community. So like just the Reddit community itself. I don't know if you guys frequent Reddit or not, but it'll be a good interview nonetheless. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be pretty good. I think it'll give some good insight as to what happens, some of the back happenings in that community. Here we go. Here's the push, John. Here it comes. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go let my dog in real quick. Well, you retracted the message before I saw it. Duncan's excited. He's got his. All right, here we go. Big push up to 5250. Come on, we can do it. 5250. I'm a long shot. Let's go 5250. Eric's like, man, $53. I'm assuming that meant to say Reddit. Plebe it. I think it's I think it's probably interesting to manage such a large community on any Reddit forum. I would imagine. Um, I mean, especially for AMC stock, right? I mean, that particular forum has what are they at now? 600? Is it 600? No, 425,000 members. You know, close to 500,000 people currently on their subreddit. You know, who knows how many of those are shills or whatnot, but online at any given time, You've got 18,000 people on there. That's, that's, in my opinion, that's direct investors who are just constantly on there. Man, that push isn't really going a whole too far. May not get you in there, John. Sorry. Got about 3 minutes left here, guys, before I close it out. Oh, man. It started to push down. Come on, breakout up. Go up. I will see you guys tomorrow, nice and bright and early as usual. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I'm going to submit those questions. I got to work on that. That's my homework for tonight. And I think it'll be a good interview. Even if you may not be a part of um, yeah. Okay. My son's sending me messages. Okay. I'm gonna have to have a talking with my son. What was I gonna say? Oh, even if you may not be a Redditor, I think that what you're gonna find is that there's some really good information to come out of that community. I mean, that's where I would say majority of our information comes from. Not primarily them, but it also comes from Super Stonk and Wall Street Bets. But that community is pretty thorough on its DD, and I think that you guys are going to enjoy what's to come for that. So, anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow, and I hope you enjoy the closing outro. The outro music is 6 minutes long on the song that I've chosen for today, so if it gets a little long or play, I don't care. just leave early. But I'm gonna let it play through, just because it's inspiring. And today I put War Paint and Battle Cries. This is kind of that moment. I think we're in that moment where we have to kind of get game faces on. So speaking of which, I got to text my son back and say, "Get your game face on, man." And anyways, take care, guys, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Later.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Start. 2, 1. Boost ignition and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. For its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.